Alrighty, good morning, guys. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Gonna get this going here in just a few minutes. Try to get this week started, make some money. Yeah, we're gonna go through here in just a minute and do our 4 hour sweep, our 4 hour analysis, macro analysis for the day. See where we are this week, what's going on, where are we heading, what's gonna happen over the next 8 to 12 hours. Time to get this rolling. Alrighty, good morning. Coffee time. Yeah, so what happened? What happened overnight, over the weekend? Besides a crazy move at the end of the day. That was a wild move at the end of the day on Friday. Take a look at the dollar here, guys. Yeah, so hmm. Yeah, weird stuff going on there at the end of the day. Huge moves. Had some 3 days in a row, big moves. And Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. Wednesday was the yen. The yen just died on Wednesday. It was a big, huge overextension. The dollar went up on Thursday and down on Friday, or the other way. Up on Thursday, down on Friday. Crazy. Really, really large move for that amount of time. For as quickly as that happened, 2% move in 2 days is just almost unheard of volatility going on right now. And currency is wild. It's absolutely wild to have done. It was just a full round trip last week. Is a lot. It's a lot. Color's looking good here. Put my hater blockers on. Good morning, guys, by the way. Yeah. All right. Gotta go in here. Make sure everybody's on. Alrighty. Yeah, so we're going to do a 4 hour analysis here. Do a macro sweep. Take a look at what's going on. Where are we? What's likely to happen? Probably just get right into it. And then we'll get, while we're watching for trading, we're watching for some entries here, actually. Probably going to be some stuff lining up here pretty soon. A little bit. Yeah, so where are we? Let's get rid of this for a second. See where we are. Bitcoin. Let's just get right into it. Buckhorn. Man, not really much to say. It's on the way up. It's good. It's better. 17. We're just in this range. It's still very low. I could see some upside coming inside of the range. It could be risk on here, is what it is. Let me get to a different chart. I need to open up some more charts. Yeah, take a look at equities. Yeah, it might be risk on here after a pullback. I wouldn't necessarily buy into this right this second. You're running into some traffic here to the left. This is going to be an issue right here as we get back into that, and we're almost there. Yeah, so I'd be careful with that probably. Maybe skip it for now. I mean, it'll trade in line with the equities market. So whatever stonks are doing, whatever, trade Bitcoin in line with the S&P 500. Just use that as a directional analog. Say, look, what's the U.S. equities market doing, and then trade Bitcoin with that. Man, that coffee's good. Blueberry coffee, better than I thought it was going to be. The artsy fartsy coffee my girl gets. That's funny. It's actually not bad. Um, hmm. Yeah, so Bitcoin higher, not a good entry. We're running into traffic here to the left. We'll come back to that maybe. If this had pulled back a little bit, it would be better. I just don't like jumping in the move after it's already happened. I like trying to catch it early, and that's my whole big thing is catching moves early, and that is not early in the move. Red Hammer of Truth has spoken for the dollar. Get rid of this. That doesn't need to be there anymore. Funny, we got that right. Potential spike high for NFP. It just, man, should have positioned heavier on this on Friday. Had it right and was being too cautious to position heavily on it. But man, just got that right. Get that out of here. We don't need that anymore. Red Hammer of Truth has spoken and may speak again at some point. We'll leave that there. Yeah, but we're just back down. We're back now at the bottom of this range. It's just all the way back down. That was a weird move on Friday. Pretty wild. So what now is the question. I mean, it would probably be safe to assume that there's likely to be some kind of a pullback, even if it goes into some kind of a range here. There's probably still going to be some kind of a pullback up to the upside on the dollar index. So, and we'll watch the euro too. I mean, obviously watching in there somewhere, it would make sense that the dollar is going to be stronger here. I mean, I think it's an easy call. Would have to look at some lower time frames, which we'll do in a little bit. But right now, we're going to assume that we're going to have a stronger dollar. That's kind of what's going on right here. That's what we're watching for now. That's what I'm positioned for already. We're already positioned for that. So, see, where are we? What else? Man, I got so much good stuff coming too. Got a bunch of good stuff done on the risk calculator, the risk manager tool. Holy cow. I'm going to be testing some of that today. Aussie dollar. It's a higher high. I mean, just kind of figured out. I mean, I guess that the dollar is going to go higher. So something like this. I mean, we don't want to be long here. Mr. Slithery the Snake. Got a higher slithering up the mountain. Higher high. Higher high. Higher high. Higher high. Anybody notice a pattern here? Hey, what are you gonna do? Are you gonna buy it? You gonna buy the higher high, or are you gonna sell the higher high? You want to be a shark or a little fish? You want to be a lion or a gazelle? Anybody who's teaching you to buy this stuff, you're listening to the wrong person. So, you know, it doesn't have to be difficult as far as something like that. What are you going to do right there? We'll watch for an entry here, and we'll watch levels. Going to mark Aussie dollar. Likely going to be a trade. Euro dollar. Hey, good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Let's see. What do we got here? What's next? Man, this dollar is just creeping up. The Aussie dollar. This looks good. Need to watch the other thing, pound Aussie for now. Wait for that to we can see what the dollar's doing. We're waiting for this to second. Pound may be different. We'll talk about that in a second. The pound may be a different scenario because of where euro pound is. Euro pound may be getting stronger, which means it could be pound weakness. So that may be a thing. You need to watch that too. Try to watch a couple of these. Got two things going on here. Back to the 4-hour sweep. Euro dollar. Makes sense. We went out of the sellers here, spiked up through it and down. So what we don't want to do is be buying into this right now. It's just probably not a good idea. We'll look at some lower time frames in a few minutes, but probably not a good idea. Where'd everybody go? Everybody left. Fine. Yeah, I'll just turn the stream off then. Euro pound. Gonna miss a lot of good stuff. Euro pound. I mean, we're just nothing. Same thing. I mean, down. It's down. And again, short term. Where are we going to head this week? I think is the question. Right now, this is a thing. Just simple supply and demand. This doesn't really have anything to do with entry and exit strategy, but we're just looking at where we are, what's likely to happen. We're probably going to bounce here. Up here, we'll be looking up here. Pop into that right there. On the way up. That would be a lot for that to happen this week. I doubt it. I think we're going to be in a range here this week. Probably going to bounce right here. So probably going to be a bunch of trades happening really soon. They kind of are right now. We'll flip over and actually start going through some trades here in just a second, but we're got to do our analysis first. Got to figure out where we are, what's going on. But watching right here. There it goes. Euro Aussie. We might need to pay attention to this. Euro Aussie and pound Aussie. Euro Aussie looks like that's going to be a thing. Structure wise, it's just all there. I'm going to be buying into red candles for the rest of the day on that. Big hint. So, yeah, so euro pound. Probably got some upside. Can start to see some potential bullishness in the euro coming over the next couple hours. The euro yen. Structure wise, that was a good run. Just lower low, lower low, lower low. Whoops. Big, huge move up. Consolidation is probably going to go again. It's not a good entry. What we don't want to do is enter long right here at the top of a range. So it's not a good idea. So we'll wait for this to pull back a little bit and try to see if we can figure out where that's going to be. That's going to be a thing for sure. We'll watch that on the way back. So again, on pullbacks, we'll look and see where this is within the range, but I could see some of these euro pairs moving up today. Get a lot of confluence there toward the top of the day. What would statistically be the high of the day? Euro CAD. That doesn't look as good. Also in a range. What's likely to happen here? It's probably going to pop down just a little bit more and stay in a range, but yeah, this doesn't look good. It's stronger CAD. The CAD is stronger is what it is. This dollar stuff is coming back. S&P is gaining. Weird. I have a feeling that's going to slam down on us today. We'll get to that in a minute. Be looking up there for a little bit higher. We're going to set up our targets. We're setting up our charts. for the coming week. What's likely to happen? Get down into there. That's going to be a thing. So we're setting up our effective trading ranges, and we're going to watch levels. So there's that. EuroCAD. A lot of rejection on the top end. We'll watch it. The euro's not weak right now, so that's kind of a thing. Pull back just a little bit more on that. Oops. Euro Kiwi. This one's been messy. The New Zealand dollar has been kind of choppy. It's weird because over time it's trending, but intraday price action has just been really, really messy. You can see how small bodied these candles are. It's actually moving in directions, but very slowly and very choppy. Hard to stay in a position there if you're got tight stops. Not easy to do with tight stops on this one. Same thing, nothing's changed. Watching the low there. There's a million places on the way down. Immediately this sticks out below that low. That's going to be a place to watch right there. As soon as we crack that swing low, we mark this. So I watch that. And then on the way up, it's just brick wall up here. Just going to mark what we're watching on the way up and the way down. So nothing there yet. This is interesting, Euro Aussie. Watching this one right now because it's a lower low. There's going to be trades here. We're going to end up in the green here probably pretty soon once things start to chill out. It's a lower low. I would watch this. There's no reason to sell it now. Think about the logic of, if you're trying to sell this now, look what you're selling. Something that's just moved down all the way down here and then broke the low. You're going to start selling it on a lower low on here, way down here, after how many pips, what percentage, after a almost 600 pip move. So it's almost 600 pips off the high. And it's currently on a lower low. You're not going to start selling this now. It's just when shorts close, where shorts are chewing up this liquidity right in here underneath that low. Everybody who tried to buy the dip on this, they're all getting stopped out right now. So, they're having to sell back to the market at a lower price. So, don't be the gazelle, be the lion. Be predictive rather than reactive. If you're reactive, you already missed the move. Think about it. If you're predictive, you haven't missed the move yet. Creating a confirmation for a lot of buffer. So be predictive, not reactive. Good morning, guys, by the way. Good morning. Guys and gals, shout out to the ladies. So Euro Aussie, definitely watching that one. Don't think I need to say it anymore. We'll watch that as the day unfolds. We'll look for entries. We'll watch levels. But where it is right now, it's waiting on it to pull back a little bit, and then we'll talk about that one here in just a second. I'm watching it. Watching that. Let me flip over to Aussie dollars, another one. For the same reason. Different direction, same reason. Man, I'm losing my voice already. Next, pound dollar. Range expansion. The bot would be going short on this right now. Bot would have seen this range here and recognized the expansion. And it would be taking this back to equilibrium. what Prophetess Prime would be doing right now. We'll watch that. Man, might not make it. It might not make it up there. It's got a little bit more to go, maybe, but might not make it. There goes Aussie dollar. Starting to go now. Getting a confirmation. We'll wait for it to pull back up and probably start selling into some of that stuff. Buying into the dollar, basically. There's a dollar here. Yeah, see how it's just slowly grinding up. There's no news today. There's really not a lot of news this week. We're just looking at some of that. There's not a lot going on this week. Garbage or CPI. Powell speaks tomorrow. What is that? It's probably some college or something because there's no data release. Panel discussion, central bank independence and the mandate. Evolving views. Yeah, that's funny. Their mandate is to, regulate prices and jobs. Yeah, so there's not a lot. That'll be interesting tomorrow, I guess. I can't really see him saying anything that would be too crazy. It may be an excuse to trade. CPI on Thursday is going to be the thing. Got an inflation print on for Thursday. That's it. It's about the only thing that matters. Inflation data, the month over month and year over year. This is going to be a thing. Pound dollar, very likely going to be pulling back some of this today. Big crazy move up on Friday. It's probably going to take some of this back. We're going to watch that. We're going to probably be basket trading in the dollar as soon as it starts to stabilize. Second, watching it. Yeah. Pound dollar, whatever. Pound yen is already way up. Yeah, man, look at that rejection right there. Gosh. Man, went right off. See, yeah, for the people on the other side, this is exactly why you take every opportunity. Just missed that. That was probably the high of the day, at least the high for now. Possible high of the day on pound yen. So we're not going to be buying into pound yen right a second. It's a possibility. We'll look and see. We'll watch it. But man, had a good opportunity there. Let this pull back a little bit. There's a good chance that this pulls back into a range. There's not much here. It's flimsy, but there's a pretty good chance that this starts to scoop out something like that, and that's it. For the day. It already moved. Hold on. It's already moved. So, yeah, good morning, guys. Good morning. Good morning. Here. Second. All right. Alrighty. That. Whatever, man. Pound CAD. Same thing. We're just kind of in a range. We're just rejected off of that. The only thing could have done would just have been to try to take this. I mean, they're all doing the same thing. Like all the pound pairs are all kind of doing the same thing. There's that. That gummit, man. Need to pay attention to actually trading instead of. This is why it's hard to do all of it. Just all the things we were just talking about are all starting to go. I'm sitting here doing analysis on YouTube and everything's starting to go. funny. Euro pound, I mean, just went right off the level. We just talked about this. It's going to be a shark fin up for the rest of the day, probably. So buying into red candle, or yeah, buying into red candles. Euro Aussie, same thing. We're going to have to start paying attention to trading here, honestly. Um, gonna, I don't want to miss these moves. Sitting here messing around with YouTube. So we're gonna have to get to trading here in just a second. Pound CAD. Off the range high. Setting up our ranges back to the bottom. We'll wait. So here's our range. Yeah, so dollar stuff, Aussie dollar, Euro pound, Euro Aussie, pound Aussie. Need to watch all that stuff for the Greek people. As this is pulling back right here, there's going to be a shot at this a little bit lower somewhere in here. 1 second. Watch that. That's going to make a higher low and run up. That's going to be your last chance right there. All right, so pound CAD. Bitcoin. Yeah, we just went through Bitcoin. We'll come back to it in just a second. That's the first one we do every day. Not much to say about it, really. It's not a long because it's already up. Let it pull back a little bit. It's going to be a short. Within a day trade, it's going to be a short. Probably. We'll take another look at it. So pound CAD, I mean, we're getting these pullbacks on all this stuff. We were just talking about that. The dynamic between the euro and the pound is likely shifting. It's going to be pound down, euro up here over the next little bit, very likely. Pound Swiss, we'll get to. I don't really trade pound Swiss much, but sometimes. Yeah, pound CAD, man. This is insane. Like, we had the top on this for the group people. We had the top back last couple weeks ago. It's up 750 pips from the high that we were scaling into. We had it on the high. We talked about this, about it being a big macro high, Euro CAD and pound CAD. It's got more to go. Like, this is going down. Like, this is a short. You want to be short pound CAD. This is just stepping down. It's just stepping down. And we're at the top of a range right now. Pound CAD specifically, you want to be short. It's not a good entry, like on a lower time frame right now. Let it pull back first, but we want to have a short bias on this. Still, it's just rejecting, and it's, you know, structurally this is very likely coming down a little bit more, at least a little bit more. But man, we had it right on the high. Crazy. Pound Swiss, whatever. Not a fan of this. It's in a range. Same thing. Kind of setting up our trading week here. So, yeah, you can see what's going on. We're heading back toward the bottom of the range. We're getting the same answer on all the pound pairs. Is down on the pound. Down. So be careful trying to buy into it. Just saying. Pound dollar, 100% looking at that. Gonna wait for, we're getting a confirmation here. Gonna wait for some green candle, or yeah, wait for some green candles to print. But it's the same thing. It's a range expansion. Yeah, had the density, took out the longs. Now we've taken out the shorts. We're coming back, reverting to the mean reversion. Wait for it to go lower. It's not a long. And just going to wait for pullbacks for the entry. The dollar is still going up. It's grinding higher. So yeah, pound dollar is going to be, there's going to be down pressure on pound dollar. Pound is weakening and the dollar is gaining at the same time. Man, I'm already in it from last night. I'm just waiting basically at this point to re-enter. We're already in, some stuff like that. Some of this dollar stuff. Aussie dollar, pound dollar, Kiwi dollar, euro dollar. Basket. Waiting for the dollar to gain, to pull back up after that stupid move the other day on Friday. Pound CAD coming back into a range. We talked about that. Pound Swiss, same thing. Pound Aussie, different story on Pound Aussie. Structurally, we're looking to buy the low of the day on this. Wherever that's going to be, we're going to be looking to buy the low of the day. Where it is right here is awfully tempting. It's awfully tempting. Right there. Yeah, it looks good. Big green candle. And this is just going to be a difference in the Aussie. As the Aussie gets weak. And again, it's about relative volatility. The pound is weak, but the Aussie may be weaker than the pound. And when the pound goes to pull back up, this is going to put in a nasty green candle. So we're going to watch this, and we're going to be looking to buy the low of the day today on this because it's already broken the low and it's buried way down off the high into some previous highs and back into a bullish block in here. So we're going to watch this. For sure, watch that one. That's one that we're definitely paying attention to today is the Australian dollar and anything against the Australian dollar. Euro Aussie, we talked about being on the lower low. Same thing. Buying red candles for the rest of the day. Pound Aussie, buying red candles for the rest of the day. But we're going to watch for a better entry. We're going to stalk the entry. Pound Kiwi, super messy. It might go with Pound Aussie, skipping that one for now, but it is low. Pound Kiwi is low. It's down on a range low. It's just not something I'm willing to mess with right this second. Yeah, so, yeah. Gonna have to wait for a pullback on pound dollar. Just assuming we're going higher on the dollar for now. There's just going to be down pressure on all of this stuff. Euro dollar, we're kind of getting a chance at right now. Maybe slower here today. Kind of bummed about missing that euro pound. Hold on a second, guys. Euro pound, I mean, it was the first. So obvious. It's obvious on the broken low. So now as this pulls back, we'll get another shot at it. It's a shark fin. We'll get another chance. Just let it pull back and we'll start scaling into it when it pulls back. As the morning goes on here, we're going to get some good trades today. I can already see it. Not going to want to miss this today. Everybody's going to leave and miss it. It's funny. You're going to go watch clowns do stupid stuff and miss everything. Go watch Roger with his fake account. Funny. Dollar CAD. Boy, that's close too. This dollar, man. There's room for a pullback on the dollar for sure. 100%. Now, man, we barely cracked that low too. This is probably going to be a thing. Just the dollar, just trading the US dollar alone on the pullbacks. Man, such a weird price action, but if that dollar will pull back a little bit, might have to start positioning on this here in just a second. Honestly, might have to switch over and do some actual trading here. Watching where the dollar is. Tempting. I have to take a basket and see what goes and what doesn't. Have to go down into some 1 hours here in a second, but this is getting close. We're going to be looking to buy low on dollar CAD because the dollar's probably going up. Oil, good game there, man. Good game on oil. Yeah, needs to come back, but this is probably starting. If it's not going to be a range expansion, it'll start its upcycle. We got a consolidation here. Let it pull back a little bit and start to hold somewhere, and we'll see about making another run up. We're going to be looking to buy pullbacks on this. Had it right last week. We had it off the low. Whole thing is going to be in a range like this, and we want to try to get as close as we can to the bottom of it as it goes up to retest the high. So oil is going to be interesting. It's going to be a good trade over the next couple weeks. Oil is definitely going to be a good one over the next few weeks. Man, so tempting on this dollar right now. Welcome. What was that? Why did it come through that speaker? Hold on a second. Welcome, guys. Came through like one of my monitor speakers, which is kind of funny. Oh, okay. That's why. Jesus. One second, guys. I gotta figure out what's up with this. All right. So, moving on. Euro yen's up a little bit more. The euro's strong right now. That makes sense. Dude, this Euro Aussie. See her miss Euro Aussie and Euro pounds, and they're talking. Probably going to be up. Don't want to chase it here, but let it pull back a little bit first, and we'll get to that. We're going to probably start looking at some stuff here in just a second. It's time. Not a lot of huge moves yet, but there's possibly some good positions happening right now. I think it's going to play out as the day goes on. This is going to be a good day. Oil. Yeah, so we talked about that, whatever. Higher later, but wait for it to pull back. We got kind of, obviously a good move there over the last 4-hour candle. It's going to pull back a little bit. You don't want to buy it now. Ridiculous. Don't buy it now. It's just going to pull back on you, and you're going to have to sit through it for 8 to 16 hours. That might have been the high of the day. Come back to it. Silver, possible lower high. This is rolling over eventually. We're looking for that transition where it starts to roll over like that. Got a possible lower high here with a stronger dollar inbound. Gold, easy call. It's the easiest trade today. I mean, yeah, look where it is. It's on a higher high. Easy call. Damn it, man. I'm missing all the zero stuff. Sitting here screwing around, missing it. Gold. Watch that. Probably want to get into that. Might flip over and start doing that right now. Here's what we're going to do. Second. All right. Still got some positions on from last night, just messing around. I needed to test something. Get the old, fire up the old DualSense. Start flipping through. Get active. Bobber here. All right. All right, here we go. Got action. All right. 1 minute chart. That's ridiculous. All right, so what do we have here? Let's flip through. Um, yeah. All right, so dollar stuff. Let's go back up to the top. Yes, Aussie CAD. Do a risk analysis. Nobody has this. Good game. Yeah, so this got a new feature here. Was working on over the weekend. It cycles through all of your open orders and your pending orders, calculates your total stops, the risk and total stops, and risk and total targets, and outputs your net risk versus reward. Something that MetaTrader doesn't do. I don't know of any risk manager that does that actually. I know I have $96 in risk right now. If everything got stopped out. So it's great for trading baskets, which is exactly what I do. Great for trading net positioning. So yeah, I'm going to test that out today. So I can just do a quick risk, click down on the right stick, R3 it would be, like if it's like PlayStation controller. Can see what my total outstanding risk is, my total net risk of loss is $96 or 0.37%. Yeah, I need to make that text bigger. Again, I just got it working last night, so at least I can check that real quick. So good game. Also have a close all now. We can close all on this chart or close all open trades on the account, which is great. This chart or total account. So you can easily, with one button click, really close out all of your positions. Good game. I'm gonna add some of the bot functions to it as well to be able to close out at a percentage. You can close out at whatever. Say, look, when my total open exposure gets to $50, close all of the trades. It will automatically do it for you. Or 2%. If all of my open positions get to 2%, close it. That's coming. The bot already does that, but I'm just going to port those functions over so you can do it from the controller. So a couple extra features today. Aussie CAD. If that pulls back, that's going to be a thing. Let's get to trading here. Definitely watching gold because of where it is, but clearly in the dollar. Wish the dollar would have pulled back a little more. We'll get to that, but gold's probably going to be a short. It's not the best entry, but it's probably going to be a short. Aussie yen, because of where that is, up on a higher high. The hourly. Yeah, I mean, that looks like it's going to come back through. It's a big higher high. So tempting. Gold's about to take off. I'm trying to be patient and wait for a green candle that might not happen. Gold looks like it's going to eat dirt. For a Swiss, we'll skip that for now. Nice Aussie CAD looks like it's going to bounce at the bottom of the range. Probably going to bounce. We may get a better entry on that short for later, but not yet. Just don't want to sell into it. It's already moved over the last, these Aussie pairs got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 candles in a row. Like, they've already moved. It's already down. It's likely to just pick back up for a couple hours. So I don't want to sell something that's at the bottom of a range. It's probably just going to bounce here for an hour or two. More interested in the dollar. Aussie yen. That looks like a short. Normally I would just sell it. best entry. Come back to that. Aussie Kiwi, we'll skip it. Aussie dollar, same situation. It would rather this pull back up and sell like a green candle. You put a pending order right there, somewhere in there. If that will run up and get hit, I don't know if it's going to make it back up there or not. Watching it. If the dollar pulls back, I'm going to fire on it and watch that. CAD Swiss, great, whatever on that. What I would do with that? Nothing. Swiss yen. Some of the yen pairs look like they're gonna. That looks like it's at a range high and it's gonna come back down. You know, you would have to be aggressive and position on it. Probably gonna come back down. I'm gonna wait for just a little bit higher on that. Try to be a little more accurate with my entries. This is interesting, CAD yen. Where that is, that's pretty close. Let me go out to a 1 hour real quick. Yeah, I mean, if that, man, just a little bit more on that. It would go just a little bit higher. I don't know if it's even going to make it that higher, that much higher. This is a decent position here, short. Normally I would just sell it. I'll try to wait for the high of the day. Could set pending orders on stuff like that too. Come back to it. We still got all day. There's gonna be plenty of trading to do today. Don't need to fire all of your shots right here in the morning, and then be stuck waiting for something later. One thing that you start to learn to get over after a while. Just there's always another trade, and sometimes if you use up all your dry powder early in London session, by the time something really develops into something good, you're stuck and you can't really take any more positions. Probably not a good idea. In there on EuroCAD, as that pulls back, that may be a thing. We'll watch that. Gold is just really starting to roll over. I'm waiting for a green candle to sell. Hope it does. I think gold is going to be a short here unless something changes with the dollar. Watching the dollar to see if it's going to roll over or not. Euro Swiss. Nothing really there yet. It sucks, man. Everything needs to pull back. Euro pound. Obviously, we should have taken this off the low here. We were looking at this in the group before it came on YouTube. This was should have just clicked the button. Should have taken it, let it pull back a little bit. There'll be another entry here. This is going to be a long. I'm just going to wait for it to pull back a little bit. Yeah, it's going to be probably very likely going to be a long. It's at a range low. It's just pushed hard off the low, but I'm not going to buy into this now after it just ran up for an hour and a half at the top of a range. I'm not buying it now. That's ridiculous. You've already missed the move. Sucks because that was a good trade. Should have just clicked it. I have a feeling I'm going to be thinking the same thing about gold here in a minute. Should have just clicked the button. So we'll wait for the euro to pull back. At least we got a confirmation. There's going to be some trades here. Whatever this is, euro yen, nothing really. This euro Aussie, same thing. Waiting for this to pull back. Going to be getting into here. Actually, might just set a pending order on this. If it breaks the low, then whatever. Don't want to be in it anyway. For that to run up, probably got a lot of room on this. A lot of room for that to go up. So we'll just take this here. Oh wait, I have to enable trading. I got it turned off from testing. Duh. All right. a pending order in. Put a pending order in on the center on Euro Aussie. And I'm trying to hurry up and move through the ranks here and get down to gold. It's about to dump. Euro Kiwi, wait for a pullback. This Euro dollar, short only. Don't even need to think about it. Firing away on that. Short. What is this? Pound Aussie. It's going to be a long. If it breaks the low, then whatever. Yeah. Long. Pound Aussie. Where it is right now is good enough. Pound Aussie is a long. I already know that. Pound CAD. Not messing with that. Should have taken it earlier. Pound Swiss. Whatever. Pound Yen. Probably going to be a short. And again, there's the Aussie is different than the Aussie and Kiwi are running a little differently. Took Pound Aussie long because of the Aussie, not because of the pound. The pound itself is pulling back. This is probably going to be a short, honestly, on Pound Yen. This price action closes like this. That's not good. One of those things you could just go ahead and anticipate it, or you could wait. It's not the best entry. However, if that candle closes like that in 17 seconds, it's going to be pretty self-explanatory which direction that's going. Coming off the higher high. Should have shorted the hash. But probably down for the rest of the day. We'll put a target in there somewhere. It's within range to do that. I think it's going to just pull back into a range as this pulls back up. Say whatever. I'm betting that the high is in. I'm guessing that the high of the day is in on this. Run it back to the bottom of the range or something like that. While that candle's green, take it. I'm not super worried about it. Small trades. Yeah, it's a good candle on gold there. Gonna be selling green candles on that. Trying to get down to it. Pound Kiwi, probably going to be up. I'm going to leave this one alone because I'm already in Pound Aussie. Skip it for now. Pound dollar. It's going to be another dollar trade. Going to be betting on the dollar, but I want to see that pull up just a little bit higher. It's in a range. It's not great. It's not a great entry. It was a good entry earlier. Same thing with Pound Yen as that pulls back up. Gonna roll this down where I can see it. Yeah, okay, so it's added my positions, which is good. I need to make that a scroll view so we can scroll through it. Yeah, so I'm currently at 0.54% risk if everything got stopped out, which it won't. Some of these are like emergency stops. So yeah, good morning, guys. So let's see. Down. Hold on. There we go. The better. All right, so it does work. I just need that to be in a scroll view. Yeah, so it finds your total risk per pair and your total reward per pair by dollar and percentage. This is going to be extremely useful for basket trading. That's awesome. That's great. Oh man. Yeah, so you know what your total risk is of all. It calculates all of your open positions and know what your total risk if everything got stopped out, and it takes your stops and targets into consideration. So if everything got stopped out, I would lose $140. Oh, whatever. It's not going to happen, but knowing that is important. Knowing what your total risk is. You know, if you want to set each individual trade and leave your stops where they are, you know exactly what your total exposure is, you know, exactly to the dollar, what your total risk of loss is, and percentage wise, which is huge, especially if you're trading for a prop firm. You know exactly what your risk is. You can set pending orders and say, look, I'm going to let the market play out. I'm either going to make 2% or lose, you know, 0.8% or whatever. It's great. So extremely useful feature there. That's going to be really, really good. Pound dollar, I'm about to just not even mess with this and just take it because of where it is. I'm going to shoot for that gap. There's a gap down here on the bottom. That ain't going to happen right now, but maybe it'll come down today. Maybe not. I'm going to bet that the dollar is going to go a little bit higher after that stupid move yesterday. I don't like the price action on the dollar, but I like what's happening. Here's what we'll do. I'll set a pending order right there. If for some reason that gets hit, then cool. Pending order short. Skip it. Kiwi CAD, whatever. Wait for that to pull up higher. It's going to be a short. It needs to pull up though. Kiwi Swiss and meh. Kiwi yen. Again, these yen pairs look like shorts coming. I'm not going to take that one yet, but if for some reason that tags in right there, I'll do that. We'll put a target, whatever, somewhere down here. Do that. Set some pending orders. Kiwi dollar. Again, same thing. It's probably going to be a short. I'll wait for it to pull back up though. I don't do anything too crazy here. Dollar CAD. This is going to be the other way probably. Again, same. Waiting for it to hit a level. Time frame. Hold on one second. Yeah, put a pending order down here. For some reason that gets hit, then I'd rather take the bounce there. Maybe not. I mean, on the dollar, but probably. So tempting to just try to take that. Get an emergency stop out of the way. Down a little bit. Yeah, if it dips low. Trying to make a decision on that. If I should, I'll just put a pending order there just in case it breaks the low. Put that up there somewhere. I feel like I should be taking this now. If that holds back in the range, I'll get back into that. Dollar CAD. It's probably going to be up. I'm assuming the dollar is going to go stronger today. Gold's about to start running. Get back on that. Pull back on that. Screwing around. Oil's no trade right now, probably. Gold. I'm just going to assume that the low of the day is in. Looking for that to run all the way back. That huge, stupid move the other day. What's my total loss there? It'd be $10 loss, whatever. If it breaks the high, I'm just going to take it short. Not even going to sit here and mess with it. It's a small position. I'm going to let things play out today. Good morning. Where do you see what pair the chart is? Oh, I've kind of got it covered up right now. That's going to be in the range tool. I didn't think about that. One second. Let me move the risk manager a little bit. That is a good question, actually. Valid question. There. I'll do that. See. Didn't think about that being covered up on YouTube. I can see it. All right. Sorry about that, guys. Put it there.
Hey, hey.
Welcome. Yeah, so you'll be able to see it there in the EA panel. I forgot you guys couldn't see that on the stream. Sorry about that. Makes sense. Yeah, so gold, whatever, I'll take a little bit there. I'd really rather wait for that to pull back higher. I'm just going to take a little piece and then just assume that I'm going to have a minor drawdown. I'm not worried about sometimes you have to use your drawdown. You have to strategically use your free margin to make money. That's how we do this. That's how you do it in trading. Got to use your available margin. You throw your margin around like a tool to get what you need. The Dow and all this, those are super high. NASDAQ, super high. A big range. It's a big range high. That makes me nervous today. This dollar is pulling back though, which is what I'm waiting for. I know that that's likely to happen. I have to sit through a little bit of mess here. There's some things I want to get in so I don't miss it. And then a lot of it I'm waiting for. I'm just waiting for. And I'll take a couple little positions here and wait for the market to do something. We're in a weird time though during the day. Generally, this is not the best time to be taking positions unless they make sense where they are. Top or a bottom of a range or something's happening. I think we're going to get a little bit of pullbacks here. I should have closed that stuff from last night. I'm in a couple positions from last night that I was testing, and I just left them open because I figured the dollar was going to go up anyway. Like Kiwi Swiss, that's very likely going to end up doing something like that. Just pick that kind of stuff. Let it fall. Next. Probably going to get some pullbacks here, which makes sense. Pound dollars retesting the center. That's fine. All these euro pairs and pound Aussie was another one. Did I ever get into that? Pound CAD is pulling back. That's going to be... I'll take that, man. I better have taken that. Yeah. Okay. Pound Aussie. I was going to say, man. Pound Aussie looks good. Honestly, for a long. Like in structure, it looks a little different than the other pound pairs because it's already down. I'm going to watch how this closes, but there's a good chance that actually does something here. Euro Aussie, same thing. Yeah, this dollar is going to pull back. That's the one thing I'm worried about is what is the dollar going to do? Is it going to hold here or what? Kind of already missed it off the low, so it's going to jump in a little bit. Not going to take a big position until we can see where it's going to stop. Getting there. Hold on one second. Let me look at this real quick. Right here. Watching this on the dollar. See where we are. Watching what's going to happen right here. This is going to be important. Is that going to stop? Yeah, we're doing a little YouTube again. We'll try to balance it. We'll try to balance between the group and YouTube stuff. I know it's hard to do both, and you're going to see very different things between the two. So it's hard to balance both of them. Some of this stuff is G13 classified that we don't talk about on YouTube. It's like Fight Club. First rule of YouTube is you don't talk about YouTube. Watching the dollar. And starts where I need to be. What do I need to watch here? Euro Aussie. About that euro pound, I really should have taken it. It was so obvious on euro pound. would be way up right now and not an $18 negative, which isn't anything, doesn't mean anything yet, just still positioning for the day. It didn't hit that pending order. Took off and didn't never hit the pending order. Story of my life. Dollar, where that is right now. It's a decision point. It needs to make a decision here. In a mess here for a little bit. For a third day in a row. A smooth day going here. This. Oh yeah, this little scalp. Kiwi yen. That may be something if that comes back in the range. I think there's going to be some trades setting up here. We're at a weird time during the day. Might have to wait a little bit till equities open. Put that in a scroll view. But it works. It does calculate all of your open positions and splits them by pair, by the pair you're in, your risk versus your reward. Works. I have multiple positions on your dollar. Yeah, I'm gonna have to, it does work. I have to, just wanted to make sure that that works. It's gonna be great. Risk management, the risk analysis panel. That's gonna be awesome when that's done. That's gonna be an invaluable tool, especially for basket trading when you have multiple positions to know exactly what your risk is. So you'll know whether or not you have room to put on more positions. Basically, it makes it very clear whether or not you have more room to put on more positions. You know, and when you can take more risk, yeah, really, that's what it is. When can I afford to take more risk? Silver, looks like it's going to bounce a little bit. It's a whole bunch of stuff that looks like it needs to pull back, guys. Is what it is. Dollar CAD, maybe we'll see if that gets tagged in here on the low. I don't know what this dollar is doing now. The price action doesn't look good, honestly. Waiting for things to pull back. See what happens later. You know, take some positions and wait for something that's better. Waiting for highs and lows of the day. I might have to sit here and wait for a little while, honestly. Which sucks, but that's trading. 99% waiting and 1% trading. That's how it goes. Pound Kiwi and Pound Aussie actually look okay. Tempting where it is. Messy, but tempting. Take a small long on that. On Kiwi. Two on there. There we go on pound yen. That might be finally starting to drop a little bit. Dollar might be bouncing, hopefully. We need to get a confirmation on direction here. As pound CAD pulls back up, that'll probably be a rejection short later. Might take an hour. Aussie's probably good. Let that go. Euro dollar, who knows? Waiting on the dollar to figure it out. I think it's going to be a short, but waiting on the dollar. Euro Kiwi, I could see some upside there. Euro Kiwi and Euro Aussie are likely going to have upside. I'd rather get a better entry. Wait for it to pull back, get a better entry. Let's see what else. Where are we? Yeah, chilling. Tips of duty. Scalp warfare. Lol. For that. Set low. Euro pound was a good long earlier. It was a really good long. It's just too late. It needs to pull back. It's probably going to be in a range. Honestly, that was the move. That CAD yen, if that pokes just a little bit higher, that may be a short. It's tempting to short it now. It might take that short with a stop. Take it short to the bottom of the range with a stop. CAD yen, because it's either going to hold the hash mark or not. Either going to hold the hash or run all the way to its statistical high. And if this is going to be the highest it's going to be for the rest of the day. So I'm willing to take a shot on that, but with a stop. And we'll just keep flipping through. Setting some risk. Setting some traps out there. What is that? Euro, yen, whatever. Starting to go. Pound dollar, pound yen, starting to roll over, looking good. That dollar's bouncing. Aussie dollar, tempting where that is. Have a stop on it if it breaks the high, whatever. Look for that. How far down that's going to go, who knows? But small piece there because I don't have a second entry on it. If it breaks the high, I'll take the stop. Hopefully the dollar will bounce. And again, we're not sure yet. We're waiting to figure it out. The dollar's in a weird spot here. If it's going to bounce, I'm going to position for that first until we can figure out what's going on. If I have to take some stops, I'll take some stops. And then once the equities market starts to open, then we'll have a much better idea what's going on. This, I think, is going to be a really good trade. Euro Aussie, this is going to be the one. It needs to pull back just a little bit more. But I'm going to scale into this as it pulls back. If it does make it back to the bottom of the range, I'm going to just keep on that one. I'm going to set another pending lower just in case it does, but I'm not sure it's going to make it back that far. I don't think that's going to happen. We'll see. I hope this pulls back a little bit and tags in my order and then goes. That structure wise looks really, really good. It's about time for that to pull back up a little bit. Same thing, we'll put a pending order down there too. Euro Kiwi. Yeah. That. Next. Euro dollar, waiting on the dollar. Have no idea what that's going to do. It's a maybe. Waiting to see if it's going to hold the top of the range or not. This is exactly what I'm waiting for. It's already way up. I'm not buying the higher high. I'd rather sell the higher high It's just not a good entry right now, but I'm going to position on it anyway. Pound Kiwi is probably okay. Pound dollar, whatever. One of the two is going to go. Distributing my risk. That's exactly what I'm doing. That is Kiwi yen. Dollars, whatever. Nothing there. That was from last night playing around. I just took a position on it because I needed to see I needed to see whether the risk manager was working or not. I needed to have some open positions. It's crazy. I couldn't test it all weekend because I couldn't open a position. So then when the market opened, I just took a couple positions. I was like, whatever, the dollar will probably bounce at some point today. So I just took some shorts there and figured I'd trade out of it just so I could test it. Lower there. Oh. Yeah, so maybe. Dollar CAD might be interesting. Again, depends on the dollar. Could end up getting us today, though. I think we're going to have to wait just a little bit, but start positioning now. Start throwing stuff out there. It's the easy way to do it. Trading the things that are going to make sense later. Let some things play out. Let some orders get hit. And then wait for the right thing to actually swing at. We're waiting for the right thing to get in the right place at the right time. And all of a sudden something will develop and then it'll be smack it and then you're in the green. How it goes. That looks like crap. Dollar yen. Oil, yeah, it would be a short from the high of the day if it makes it. Put a short up there and see if it gets stopped out just to pull back to the top of the range. Put a pending order there. If it runs the full day's range, it'll hit a pending order, and if I'm not at target by then, there we go. Come on, that looks better. Gold's really starting to look good, squaring up. Let's watch this on the group side. Hold on, I need to pay attention to this. Starting to square up there. Hold on 1 second, guys. Charge my keyboard. Interesting here. Figure out what the heck is going to happen with that. I kind of need to watch the dollar. Euro Aussie, waiting for a pullback there. That's going to probably be the one. Silver, wait and see if that closes bearish. And all these things are so high. Is that the Dow? Looks ridiculous right now. This looks like a short. Like, this is the kind of stuff where you take a shot at it early. You just, because it's so early and we've got all day left, like there's still so much room for things to change and move. You take a shot at it early with low risk, and if it's not right, then you can figure it out later. You know, this is one of those things where it might be worth a shot. Small piece with a stop, and if it goes and breaks the high, then don't really have much to lose. But man, that gap down there, the worst that could happen. It stopped out on a micro lot. Next, Nasdaq's already coming down. I'll wait and see if this closes deep. Like if this closes below the center, that, I mean, it looks like a short coming. The S&P, same thing. It's like such a huge potential run down. Lose. It's going to spread some risk and wait. Assuming that we're going to be risk off today and safe haven currencies up. We don't know that yet, but it kind of looks that way. And again, that's what you do. Early, you take the shot, take a guess on what the best guess you can make on what's likely to happen, and then you wait for something to happen. Bitcoin, don't want to be long there at all. Yeah. Stop up there. Yeah. I'm probably just going to just go ahead and take that, look for a false move. I would rather it be a little bit higher on Bitcoin. A little bit higher, and I'll be looking to take a short. Tempting right now. Just knowing where it is a little bit more. We'll come back to that. A little bit more. Yeah, so we'll keep flipping through here. We'll maybe take a look at the 1 hours in a minute. There's not really much to do but try a couple things and see what is going to go and what's not going to go. We're at a weird time right now where you get profit taking and pullbacks from London. So what it looks like, this is the worst time to trade during the day. The worst time to try to make a directional decision, because what's happening right now is you're getting profit taking coming out of London. So when things are moving in a direction right now, it's probably just because of profit taking and pullbacks. Doesn't mean that that's the direction that it's going in. So it's not the best time to be taking a trending trade right now. It's actually the worst time of the day to be taking a trending trade. If you think that, you're taking something in momentum right now, you're probably in the opposite direction of what you should be in because of the dynamic of what's actually happening right now. It's profit taking from London. As the market moves, people start taking profit and it starts pulling back. And if you're taking it in a direction right now, it might be in the wrong direction. Here we go. Something's just changed here. Come on, gold. There we go, baby. Come on. Another flip through here. Everybody's going to miss it. Everybody's going to... The easy money. Aussie CAD looking like that's confirming here. Euro Aussie's gone. That sucks. Missed that. Money. Seen enough on that Aussie yen. That closes back inside the range. It's going to be good. Take that. It's not a good entry, but I like what it's doing. I'm going to guess that it's going to go. Aussie dollar looks much better. That would be a great close there on Aussie dollar. Looks good. Here's what I'll do. I'll move this target just so it'll take itself out. That was that one messing around from last night, test position. I'll let that take itself out so I don't worry about stuff like that because I know I can trade out of it. That drops today. Hopefully this dollar is going to bounce here. Let's go back to that. This is the question. What is this doing? Like, what is going on with the US dollar right now? It doesn't look good, but it's also at a spot that might hold. What's happening? What has changed? Probably only looking for reversals at this time of the day. Where we are. So the things that have been moving are probably going to pull back a little bit. Add yen, that looks great. On the higher high, it's a short only. That one's looking better already. Whatever there. There we go. Euro pound. Let that pull back a little bit. I'm going to put a pending order right there. We'll call it. We'll just say whatever. If it goes and breaks the low, I don't want to be in it anyway. We'll run the target up here, probably in those wicks, but good enough. Put a pending order there. If it pulls back to the center, I already know that I'm going to take that average position right there. Let that pull back. Next, euro yen. Not messing with euro yen. The euro is stronger at the moment, but the yen is in a weird spot. It's not a good combination. Euro yen isn't right in a second. Euro Aussie is whatever. Waiting for that. I wish that would have gotten hit. That pending order. I do have a good long in. Would have gotten hit. Euro Kiwi. Same thing. Wait for that to pull back. This is going to hopefully be a short here on euro dollar. I've already got position in. I don't need to worry about this. I'm going to move my target here just in profit, so that'll take itself out. The lower entry will take itself out on the way down, and I'll be left with the higher entry. Then I'll manage it just in case it does go. Let's see what else next. Spread some risk out, but you see how I'm spreading risk out, but it's equaling a larger lot size. I'm just distributing it across the entire market. You don't need to concentrate all your risk in one price point on one asset. Just asking for trouble doing that. I mean, you can do it. There's nothing wrong with doing that, I guess. It's just, it's easier to do things this way. Depends on what you're trying, what your goals are. Are you trying to win the lottery, or are you trying to grind out profits out of the market? That's the question, really. Kiwi yen, I think I've seen enough on that too. I have a pending order higher that I doubt is going to get hit. If it breaks the high, then whatever, I'll take the stop. Looking to run that back to the bottom of the range-ish, probably lower. I don't even care anymore. It's just unlikely to get out of control because of where it is. Auto shift on that to shift that down. Ooh, dollar bounced. Come on, baby. Dollar. Ooh, if that dollar holds. I'll wait on this. I'm going to move my target here too, just to make sure that that takes itself out. Next. Dollar CAD never got tagged in. If that pulls back up and closes back inside the opening range, I'm going to take it long. I have a pending order long that hasn't been hit yet. Going over everything again. Dollar Swiss, same situation. It's going to be a long, probably. Weird price action. Not a fan of that. Dollar yen, whatever. Nothing there. Oil short from higher. It's not a short right now. It's probably going to run up, but when it does, I think it'll be a pullback. Pullback short. Silver, much better. Or that's gold. I mean, same thing. Silver's already down. They're taking silver instead. Yeah. Wait for if this would pull back just a little bit, like maybe like up here, might get a retracement short on, like a second chance short on that. It's already happening. It's already gone. Hopefully gold will start closing below the low there and run down. It's on a big higher high. It's only a short. The question is, where's the efficient entry? Try to get a more efficient entry on it. Yeah, so just kind of flipping through. We'll go back to looking at the chart here in just a minute. Second. So, gold. Yeah, there it is.
Hey, hey.
Welcome, welcome. What's up? Welcome to the party. Yeah, it's back on YouTube for a little bit. Welcome. Yeah, we'll go back to looking at charts here in a second. I'm just trying to set some positions for things that make sense. And then we'll see. The dollar might be holding. Dollar might hold here. Come on down. US 30, let's go. Come on, Dow. I want to see risk off. Safe haven currency up is what I'd like to see today. Hopefully. If it is, it would be better. It would be better if that's what's going to happen. The worst case scenario is that things stay up and continue to kind of distribute and hold in a range from the move that happened on Friday. I'm hoping that we get a pullback. It's possible that we get a range today. Monday. Hopefully not. Some things will move. See Bitcoin, like this is, it's one of those things where I almost want to take a short on that now. Let it go. Risk is set low. Crazy there next time, but yeah, took a tenth on Bitcoin. But if it goes and doesn't break the high, then that's going to be a good trade. That will carry the risking less than $5 to make 35, something like that. It's a good RR. 1 to 7. It's a 1 to 7 R that could easily happen. There's a gap down here. Looking down here at the bottom, there's a gap in there. So if for some reason that's the high and it's on a big higher high, a big peak high, if that cuts back through, and we get risk off today in the stock market, Buckhorn's going to die too. So that could be a really good trade. Might have to try that a couple times. Need to actually watch that. Bitcoin short could be a really good day trade today because of where it is and where it would be likely to go back into that consolidation. It could be a good run. We'll come back to that. If it gets stopped out, then whatever. Take a look at it later. Might have to try it a couple times. S&P, same thing. Short S&P, short Dow. It's in the green. There's nothing crazy happening yet. We'll see what happens, man. As the day goes on, either going to take a bunch of stops or take a bunch of wins. It's kind of generally how it goes. Most of the time, can manage my way out of it. Gold's starting to go. It's in profit. Nothing needs to be moved yet to break even. That needs to go quite a bit more. It needs to go back out of the range before I would move my stops on that. And we can do that with flick of the button here. Move all stops to break even. Very easy. Close all trades on this chart or all trades on the account. And we can close partials by configurable percent. Don't need to do that yet. Crazy right now. Do that later, put that in a scroll view. So many trades open. I figured that was going to happen. I didn't have time to do it last night. So many trades open that it's out of the screen. It needs to be in a scroll view so it can scroll. But that's going to be great. And that's done. It works though. It works. That's awesome. Risk analysis. That's going to, man, it's so useful. Know exactly what your total risk is. You can set a bunch of positions like this and say, okay, you know, I'm up to, you know, a 1% risk. So if everything got stopped out, I would lose 1%. And then you just wait and you let it play out. You let your targets play out and you let your stops play out. Or until you hit a percentage target or a currency target. That's going to be super useful. Works. Just need to format it the right way to be displayed on the screen, but it's working. Like Kiwi yen, you know, risking $7.10. If it gets stopped out, it'll, you know, lose $7.10. But it's cumulative. It calculates all of it. Tells you what your total risk is. We'll figure that out. I'll change that in a minute. Maybe later today we'll mess with it. Put it in a scroll view where you'll be able to scroll up and down and actually see it. I just wanted to make sure that it was getting the data. It's got to go over the network, communicate with MetaTrader, go back to the app in a separate thread, pull that data from the synchronous network thread to the main thread, and then display it. So I just wanted to make sure that it was going to work, and it does work. So that's great. It means I can have a two-way communication between MetaTrader and the app now in a separate pipe, which means I can get any data back and forth from MetaTrader. It's good. I can now tap into the power of MetaTrader from the mobile app, from any EA, any indicator, any code. I can run any code, any MQL code, and display it in the app. So it's done. You know what's next? It's the OHLC data. That's what I needed to get done. I needed to get the network communication part working so I can pull that OHLC data and rebuild 3D candles with lasers and fire and explosions. And wait till you see what's coming. About to blow everybody's mind. Crazy what's about to happen. Kiwi dollar, pound dollar. Nothing there yet. And there really. That might be a scalp long actually. It's not going to do it. Pound CAD, that's tempting. Here's what I'm going to do here. I already know what I'm looking for on pound CAD. I'm going to take a risk on this, possibly rolling over. If it goes back above the center, then whatever. I'm going to put a pending order on the center level. And I'm also going to take one market here. Short. Willing to take that twice. See if this is going to roll over. A lot of times what will happen is there'll be a range like this. Like you see where the lines are. There'll be a range that forms and it'll reject and run back down. I think it's going to reject here and be a short. That's what it looks like. I'm just not sure what, again, movement's going on. Guessing on what might happen later is what I'm doing. I'm going to guess that rejects, and if it doesn't, the next likely point of rejection is going to be right up here in the middle of the range. And if neither one of those happens, then it's probably going up anyway, which would be really weird. It would be odd if it didn't reject at one of those two places. So I'm willing to take that risk. What's not working out right now is the dollar. The dollar has just changed its price action, but I also know that the time right now, that things may not be what they look like right now. That's very common for things to just not actually be happening like it looks like right this second. This is not a good time to be trying to take a trending move, you know, whatever, really anything, unless it's at the bottom or top of a range. But setting some traps here. $1 CAD. I want to see that tag in and bounce. Can end up being good. A little sketchy for a few minutes. Yeah, it's going to be a slow Monday. We'll figure it out. Go through and look through some charts here in a minute. Look at higher time frames that honestly, like, don't even really need to do that. We've got it all right here. Nothing to do but wait for things to get to levels, and every time they hit the levels, we're going to try it again. And this, you know, take a short there would be appropriate. If it blows out, which would be weird. A pending order up there. I'm just going to let the market play out. That may get tagged in. Euro pound might be getting a second chance here. The dollar doesn't look good all of a sudden. Might have to change bias on the dollar. This price action that it's putting in is not what you want to see. So, which is fine. Tried it early, but what's happening right now is not good. Looks like it's going to be weak to rangy, which may just completely change everything. That might just completely change the whole thing, which is also normal. Your velocity actually looks good. Did I get tagged in? No. Did it? Okay. See if those pending orders got hit. But not yet. Gold still looks good. On higher time frames, it looks like it's going to get roasted. Same there. All right, so you got some orders out. We're just not getting a move here. Sucks. We're not getting a trending move. Pound Aussie looks good. Yeah. Yeah, nobody has this. PlayStation controller, got it. It works for all major game pads. I built a control interface for MetaTrader. Use Xbox or Nintendo Switch, PlayStation. I've got another, like any kind of gamepad, USB or Bluetooth that you can connect to either Windows or Android. It's going to be for iPhone. It's a mobile app. You can also use the on-screen joysticks if you want to. It's gamepad support, keyboard. You can use your keyboard and mouse. But for the old PS5 controller, works great. So much more coming, and this is just the beginning. Great. Full risk manager. On. Wait up. Work on this $25 a trade. Say I want to risk 0.25% per trade, just do it. 0.1%, do it. Change your risk instantly. Partial closes. What percentage partial or a custom percent? Close all trades on this chart, or all trades, period. It integrates with the bot. Baller. Settings menu. You'll be able to configure the bot from the app. Settings. Yeah, you'll be able to change your own controller bindings. Sick. This is only just the beginning. Just the beginning. How to turn the trading world upside down. Seriously. Not even going to talk about it publicly. Talked about it in the group enough. Not even going to say publicly what's coming because it's that big. Just going to do it. Don't talk about it, be about it. That's one thing I've learned. Just do it. Yeah, come on, Pound Aussie. That looks great. Stupid dollar is being a turd, though. Sitting there watching the dollar is not doing anything. I think it's probably going to later. Here. Good. Watching this, we're kind of getting a confirmation now. We'll come back to that. Next, pound CAD. Probably going to reject. It makes sense. Not really much to do right this second, to be honest. Just kind of messing around. Crash. But I'll wait and see if it breaks the high. I'll sell it later. If it wasn't going to turn around and go down there, then I'll just leave it alone. Euro Aussie looks good still. Kind of bummed that missed the entry on that. My pending order didn't get hit. It never pulled back enough to hit my pending order, which sucks because now it's going to go. Kiwi is okay. A whack morning here. London session is just dead. There's nothing happening. Yeah, there's nothing happening. We're just getting sideways movement. Sucks, man. So if some of these things do go higher, it's just going to be I have to take another position later. Dollar CAD, waiting for that to go a little bit more. That's probably going to turn around at least temporarily. Needs to go a little bit more. Waiting for it to fill that gap. Breathe and take a second entry. Manage the position. See. Set a pending order probably a little bit lower. We'll say right in there somewhere. If it makes it all the way down there. Maybe not. Skip that for a minute because of where that range is. Get all the way down there if it did, though. We'll just set a pending order right there. Maybe a little bit lower. That would be somewhere near the low of the day. I don't know if that's going to get hit. Maybe. What else? Nothing there. And at higher time frames at this point, it's just nothing really there. Gold sucks. It's going to be in a range, unfortunately. Wait for silver to pull back and possibly take a rejection. The way that this price action's all setting up, it looks like it's all going to be rangy and messy. Dow shorts looking good. Selling top of the range makes sense. Who knows what's going to actually happen, but I'd only want to be short on that. Breaking all those highs like that, way up at the top of a range, struggling. I'd only want to be short. It's just not going anywhere. Same on the S&P. It's going to be the same. It's only a short. The question is it going to break? How many times is it going to break the high today? For how far before it pulls back? Pound Aussie looks great. The best trade so far. Buttcorn's looking good. If this will go right here, this will take care of the whole problem. Bitcoin, if that short goes, that is with 1/10 of a Bitcoin on, that'll be gone. That's a mini on Bitcoin, which is 1/10 of a Buttcorn. So that'll be worth. That could be a good trade. That could be a couple $100 trade. If I have to get back into it. Yeah, it's just like $40 just on that position, but because of where that could go, because it has potentially a lot more room than just that to go. And if it starts to go, I may change it. I may take the target off. If it does reject from there and go down today, and we close low today, might leave that on. Put a stop to break even and leave it. I'm going to try to get to target first, and we'll see. Try to get it into the green. What this looks like later. Over there, oil, blah, blah, blah. Our yen's a mess. I don't know what the dollar's doing either. I think some of the Aussie stuff has a lot of potential today. Until we can figure out what the dollar's doing. Gonna get tagged in, hopefully bounce back up, be a false move. Kiwi yen I'm fine with. That I'm fine with. The dollar stuff is uncertain. That's a question, is what is the dollar doing? Pound yen, same thing. I don't want to be long. I don't want to be long on that. I'm just looking for that to pull back through that range into density. That looks like a range expansion is going to happen. It's going to come back down and break the low. Is what it looks like. To watch strength here, actually, see what's going on with that. Where are we with relative volatility?
1 hour. 15 minutes. 1 hour.
Prophetess Prime has spoken. Yeah, that yen. The yen is starting to gain. So we've got a trajectory pulling back up to the upside on the yen. We're going to anticipate that. So, we don't want to be long pound yen, obviously. It's already down and it's starting to pull back up a little bit. We definitely don't want to be. Yeah. Or the euro, really. US yen, maybe. I don't really trade that, but trade whatever has a setup. Just looking to see where we're heading.
15 minutes.
Market's just not really moving. The dollar is gaining. You can see the dollar starting to gain short term. We're just not relative to other things. That's there's not a lot happening. Pound dollar's got a chance. Hopefully euro dollar will come down. I think we're all right. I think we're okay.
5 minutes.
Yeah. Just messy. So it's just messy. It's fine. Fine. It'll be all right. Keep flipping through. It's the only thing you can do. Just wait for the thing to play out. We're in pullback in range hour here. We're in a dead spot. again, just to beat the dead horse. It's profit taking and pullbacks from London. It's not the best time to be taking a trending trade right now. Looking for reversals actually at this time of the day. Going into New York, we'll have more information as we get closer to that 8 a.m. candle. 8 a.m. Wall Street. We'll have more information then. Kiwi yen, that could be really good if that comes down. Could be huge. Huge. Come on, false move on dollar CAD. Let's go. Watching pound Aussie too in the group here, guys. If this will pull back a little bit more, somewhere in here, try it again. Go down here. Those two spots going to be a really good entry if it'll do that. If you look at structure, like this is looking good. If you zoom out a little bit, it needs to pull back a little bit though. I'm going to be screwing around today until we can get something going. Small positions. A lot of small positions equal one big position. Yikes. Gold. Not going. What to do with that? Gonna have to wait. Take some stops here. Tried it in London, not getting anything. Nothing moving. You notice how nothing's trending? Everything's still inside of its range. Almost everything is. Except for oil. Everything is just nothing. God, what happened there? Garbage. Everything is just chop, sideways chop. Unfortunately, nothing to do. You can scalp like a 1 minute chart if you want. That's just not what I do. Pound CAD, good rejection there. That's doing exactly what we wanted to do. Reject and take the second leg down. Gonna walk away for a minute and come back and missed everything. Had yen waiting to sell it higher. Didn't reject at the top of the range. Looking for higher on it if it breaks the high. Higher time frames. Yeah, it's gonna go up. I'll watch it. I'll watch it for the high of the day today. Let that get stopped out. Nothing been stopped out yet. Nothing's moving. Nothing's moved far enough to get stopped out. Aussie yen still looks good. That still looks great, actually. It'd be a shame to get stopped out on that, and then it goes. Big higher high. Big higher high, peak high. Come down just a little bit more. This is whatever, same thing. Big higher high in structure. But it's already down. It's already down. There's no reason to chase it now. It's not a good entry. Aussie CAD, same thing. Not a good entry. If anything, it's going to bounce there. You know, you take the aggressive trade and, you know, take the bounce there. Aggressive move would be take a bounce. Just to scalp it out. If you get a green candle. To protect anything else. Protect the other mess. I'm in an Aussie yen short because of the yen, but you know, that kind of thing. You know, we're down. Just went down for hours here. All the way down. Now we're just right back into density. Into demand. order blocks, demand, buyers, whatever you want to call it. It's the same, different name for the same thing. Yeah, just slow market this morning, but we're gonna get it. Watch what happens. Distribute the risk. And when the market moves, manage the things that don't go and let the things that do go run. Yeah, it'll always be like this. It'll be slow. And you come back later and we'll be 200-300 pips in the green. People are going to be like, wait a minute, I thought you sucked. Because it's not what they're used to seeing everywhere else. Euro Kiwi. Man. Stupid, man. I wish that would have gone. Missed it. My pending order didn't get hit. That sucks. That closes there. I'm going to wait for that to pull back and try it again. About to set an order there. Look for that previous density there, whatever. We'll get a stop below the spot, the wicks down there, just in case it pulls back. But if that candle closes strong like that on Euro Kiwi, I'm going to take the pullback of the next candle. When the next candle pulls back, I'm going to get into it and look for the rejection. Could just set, here's what I'll do. Set a pending order right there. That instead. I don't have to mess with it. Just set the pending order. Maybe it'll get hit. Maybe not. Rejected. That's good. Pound Aussie. Come on, pound yen. Come back down. Big lower high M up there and roll that back down. Roll that beautiful bean footage. Roll that beautiful bean footage. Commercials, man. God. Duke's baked beans or whatever. Something like that. Or some baked beans commercial. The dog. The golden retriever. Ridiculous. I'm going to move this target down. If that's going to go, it's going to go much farther than that. Whatever. Put that there. Get it out of the way. Manage it manually. Think anything's been stopped out yet? No, nothing. Nothing stopped out yet. Just not going either. Closer. Getting closer. Give it a second. Maybe we'll flip through some charts here in a minute. See what we got. Take another look here. Normally, as we get closer to the 8 a.m. hour, right toward the end of this hour, we'll start taking another look at structure, see where we are, what's happened, what happened in London, what can we expect going into New York session. So, yeah, unfortunately, this dollar's a mess. Sucks. Yeah, so where are we here? Take a look at effective trading ranges. Come on, Bitcoin. Come on down, you turd. That's what I'm talking about right there. It's a good short. Only thing would be just a little bit higher, but I wouldn't want to be long right there. I'll tell you that. I would not want to buy that. Next. Forget Bitcoin right now. It's a short. It's either a short or no trade. Ooh, drawdown's coming down. Something happened. Something's running. I can leave at the wrong time. Miss all the trades. Dollar. It's a mess, man. This price action doesn't look good, but at the same time, I don't know. Anything could happen after that mess on Friday. That was crazy. We don't have any news today. We'll see if we bounce down here somewhere. Could have caught it earlier, which would have been fine. It's just like Aussie dollar, another dollar pair. It's not a long. Like, you don't want to buy this here. It's up on a big higher high, big peak high up here. Not a long. It's not coming down. We're distributing sideways, but it's also not a long. So it kind of depends on what you'd rather do at this point with something like that. Whatever. Same thing on euro dollar. I mean, it depends on what. Ooh, euro Aussie's going. Man, let's get some of that back all of a sudden. Looks good. Yeah, so it depends on what the dollar's going to do. Again, we're waiting to find out. She's got a big mess here. It's a range expansion, short term, back into the middle of the range. It just broke the high and broke the low, and now it's just screwing around. There's nothing happening here. We're right back in the middle of it. Waiting on the dollar. Really. Nothing to say. Euro pound, that kicking myself for that. I really should have taken that this morning in the group. We were talking about this. I almost clicked the button. I was trying to get the YouTube stream ready and missed it. And that would have been a great trade. Euro pound and Euro Aussie. I'm going to take both of them and missed it. Would have been a very different day if I would have just clicked the button. So far, I'd have been probably already hit target by now. First target. Euro yen. It's a range high. It's not a long. It's very easy to see it. Not the most efficient entry right now, but it's a short. I think I'm already in it short. Come on, dollar. Ooh. Something changed. There we go. I'm going to get back to break even here in a minute. Euro Aussie, just gone. Gone. It's up 70 pips from where we were talking about it this morning. It sucks. I just didn't click it. Euro Kiwi. I'm in that one, I think. I'm in pound Aussie at least. Pound Aussie, pound Kiwi. They're holding it down. Kiwi Swiss is starting to go. Pound Aussie, Kiwi Yen's going. Got a bunch of stuff starting to go into the green. Aussie dollar, CAD yen, Aussie yen, dollar CAD's going into the green. Everything's starting to go. We're just trying to get the general direction right. The market direction, market wide, trading the entire market for the direction that the entire market is going to go. There's always positive and negative correlations, and instead of concentrating all of the risk at one place, at one price point on one asset, going to trade the whole market in a distributed risk model like a fund would do. Like a distributed risk algorithm would do. I think a fund is putting $100 million position out on GJ with a 5 pip stop. And that's the only trade they're taking today. 2 trades a day. Come on, bro. It's not how it works. Pound yen. Do that if you want to blow it up. You want to make easy, consistent gains. There's another way, the right way. Pound yen. Nothing there. Pound CAD. That's looking good. We got a short from the top of the range here. This is exactly what I wanted to see. I wanted to see this reject and come down. Got the G13 classified. Yep. Yeah. Right on relative projected high. Again, this level was set at the daily open yesterday. Markets are algorithmically driven, and we reverse engineer that, looking at the market from the perspective of a programmer and a liquidity provision algorithm, not as a finance YOLO Lambo trader on Instagram. Different perspective. Yeah. Pound CAD looks good. Pound Swiss looks good. Probably going to be a short. I think this is going to be a good trade. When this gets ready, this pound Aussie is going to be a monster when this goes. Euro Aussie too. Really, really, really want to make sure I miss that. I'm going to watch that on the other side. Waiting for one of these two things to happen. Those are the potential points of rejection there, the group. Nothing to do but wait for that to happen. Euro Aussie's starting to go already. Kiwi's okay. All right, so S&P. Not a long. I'll tell you that. I know what I'm doing today. Looking at that is a different story. Yeah, right at the top of the range. Do there. Hey, good afternoon. Good morning. Good morning from Florida. 7 o'clock in the morning. 7:20 here. Yeah, good morning, guys. Good afternoon. Good morning. Like Carlos Montes. Good evening. Good morning. Good evening. Good afternoon. Oh, man. Good morning. Good afternoon. Good evening. To everyone around the world. I forgot about Carlos Matos, man. I have the little Bitcoin meme. The Bitcoin meme. He's the ultimate, the only Bitcoin meme. BitConnect guy. Ed Yen. But yeah, good afternoon, guys. Good morning. It's kind of a slow morning. It's Monday. We don't have any news today is another thing. There's no data risk. There's no news release risk. Markets are free to trade, but there's not really a lot happening here. But that doesn't mean it's going to be that way forever. Dollar CAD, we're in a juicy point here. Already took it long once. Below the swing low. We broke this previous swing low. It's time for shorts to start closing. We're in a previous block here. Looks really good. Nothing to do but wait for, hopefully, for this to happen. And be in some kind of a range like that would be awesome. There's no reason to be short here. Not going to be short here way down now. No way. It's only a long. You know, the thing is, you got to manage risk too. You manage your risk, but it's only a long. Figure out where that entry is going to be. I think it's a reasonable point to try it. I have a small piece in on it. Honestly, the worst thing that can happen is it moons from here and you only have a small piece on it. Yeah. I don't know what I would do here. Nothing. I would try it long and wait. I've already got a small piece on it. Oil. Same thing. You notice how everything's like at these big highs and lows because we pushed into these big highs and lows on Friday, basically, right at the end of the week on Friday. Oil over there. Same. Silver and gold are rangy. Looks like it's going to stay inside of a range here. It's going to be crap. Yeah, unfortunately. Might have to change bias on gold particularly. I don't know. Don't know what the dollar is doing. This looks kind of bullish now, short term. Price action wise, it does. I'm going to protect this gold trade. Actually, I'm going to switch over here and do that. I don't trust it. And what I'm not going to do is take an L because of gold wants to change directions. Let's go down to gold. Because I've already got a short on some other things. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take, just in case, target here. Target's fine. Just in case that holds on the pullback where gold is right now, it's actually not a bad long. But what I'm going to do, I'm going to hedge this into place. I'm actually going to overweight it to the upside. I'm going to overweight this to the upside. So 2 micros long and 1 micro short. We'll wait and see what's going to happen with it. Some other stuff is starting to go. If it comes back down, I'll hedge it short and just let the other positions play out. I have a feeling that's going to bounce there to the upside on gold, to be honest. It's changed. That last candle changed, and sometimes you got to change your bias with it. That looks like gold's going to be a long. So skip that. We'll come back to it. Next. What else? And see, this is the thing. You wait for stuff to develop. Sometimes you got to wait. You just got to wait for everything to develop. And then when it does, you hit it. You hit it and roll with it. Come on, Buckhorn. I wish that would drop. Yeah, unfortunately, the dollar doesn't look good. This looks to me like it's going to go back and break the low now. This sell-off, this price action that's dropped down all of a sudden doesn't look good. I'm not going to sell it now, but I'm not going to heavily bet that it's going to run up from here. I'm changing my bias to neutral on the dollar. This price action, I've seen this kind of stuff and it doesn't look good. This looks like it's going to screw around in a range and then go break the low and then go back up. So I'm going to wait for it to get down somewhere down here. Maybe it's projected low of the day, something like that. Wait for it to get down lower, unfortunately. And I immediately need to shift to look to something else to make up, to hold that equity. I need to find something else that's going in the right direction. I'm not going to short the dollar down on the low like that. I need to find something that's going to hold me in place until it goes back up. Euro yen's better. Yen stuff is starting to make a little more sense. Biggest problem. Pound dollar, euro dollar, Kiwi dollar, Aussie dollar. Of course. It's the dollar. So the dollar moves. Whatever. Or the problem. Maybe gold will go. Maybe that gold long will take off. Yeah, it's all dollar stuff. You're going to be all right either way. Euro CAD. That doesn't look good. Pound CAD, I'm already short. Euro Kiwi, I'm going to let that pull back a little bit. Euro Aussie, let that pull back a little bit. That's probably going to be a very good trade to the upside long. But on a pullback, I'm going to buy into some red candles here. Not yet. I think it's going to end up higher. Just buying red candles on Euro Aussie. Pound Aussie as well. Pound dollar, it's garbage. Unfortunately, the dollar itself is not cooperating. Pound yen short. It's going into profit. What happened there? Good morning, by the way. Welcome. Pound yen short. What happened? Starting to go. I'm short on this. So it's starting to run finally. CAD yen starting to go too. Pound yen looks great. Short. It's a big higher high. It's a peak high. I'm going to buy it up here. You got a big, massive high. You got a new high a new peak high, and we're just betting on this pulling back down a little bit into that into the range, into density. You've got a bunch of density right here. This is likely the stopping point, and there's no reason to buy this up here on a higher high, especially we just made this big lower high M like that. It's just expect, and it may screw around and retest and go into a range, but eventually it's probably going to do something like that. That's why we took it short. It's not a long, but you know, whether or not it goes is the question, and we know what we're watching on the way down, where we are right now, and then obviously this, there's going to be the money on the low end of that block. You know, this is an important piece of price right here. This range right here was very important. Sellers on the top, buyers on the bottom. Won't go into specific strategy stuff yet, but not on YouTube, but we know what we're watching here. We already know where we're watching it. So hopefully this will continue to play out, end up down there. Where is that relative to our range? It's right on the center. To be great. Could potentially go more than that today even. So there's a potential for this to go down quite a bit. So that could end up playing out really nicely today. Stupid dollar, man. Dollar and yen are going two different directions. Pound CAD, whatever. We'll wait on that. It's screwing around in a range. I would rather be short from the top of this range than to be long. There's just, it's not really a great trade. Pound Swiss, nothing. And again, we're just flipping through to keep track of what's going on here as the day plays out. Gold looks like it's going to hold. Looks like it's going to be a long now. Changed. One candle changed it, and there it goes. Pound Aussie, I'm waiting for a pullback. We already know what we're watching here on the other side. Pound Aussie. Pound Kiwi, same thing. You know, just in structure, it's low. You know, we don't want to sell the bottom of a range down here, depending on your strategy. Like, how if you're looking for a distance move, you probably don't want to sell it. S&P 500. I mean, it's pretty easy to see what's going on with this. Like, it's not a long. It's definitely not a buy up here. You're not going to buy this after it just ran up all that on Friday, and it's just distributing up here at the top of a range. It's on the high right now. The highest high going back to middle of December. You're not going to buy this now after that run on Friday, sitting at the top of a range in supply. It's not a long. Now the question is, where is the short entry going to be? If it's not going down from here, we would only be interested in selling this at levels, and we'll wait for those levels to hit. Basically, waiting and wait and see if we get a red candle or what. This thing pumps up again. I'm going to be looking to sell the high of the day today. Easy call. We're only looking to sell the high of the day in stock market indices. If it's not going to be from here, which is very possible, look at the Dow. Very possible. You definitely don't want to buy into that. And this makes me wonder if we're going to be risk off today. Once this actually happens, you know, is the dollar going to slam back up to the upside? You know, what all is going to happen here? Just only looking to sell the high of the day on this. Not going to buy it now. It's too dangerous to buy it for me personally. I'll just wait. CAD yen. Perfect. Off the high. Got a really good short entry up there on a higher high. So much room for that to come down. Remember this, what this yen did last Wednesday. The yen did some absolute stupid moves. Just complete stupidity. The yen was very weak. Very weak. And it pushed some of these things way, way far out. And there's a lot of potential retracement. Imagine this is a range that hasn't developed yet, like this. And you've got sellers on the top and buyers on the bottom. This just hasn't fully developed yet. And we're just trying to stay out of the middle, out of the density in the middle. And we're only trading from the top end. I'm not even going to get into this. You know, so imagine that the whole thing just comes right back down just like that. If not all the way down here in the macro range. Aussie yen looks like this too. I was just talking to somebody about Aussie yen over the weekend. You know, look at this. What if that happens and you're buying the top right now? What if it is? And that's the thing, it's the what if. What if this is just the top of a big macro range and you're buying the top today when you could be selling the top and getting hundreds of pips out of it? Hundreds. Easily. With very little risk. But you can buy the top with a 20 lot trade. You know what I mean? The difference in perspective sometimes changes things. And that's the idea. That's why I'm short here, not long here. Low risk short, not high risk long. Trying to catch some little 3-pip move. Pound Aussie is getting close. Gold's going. Gold looks good. Pound Aussie is like just about to that point where you almost gotta take a shot at it. I think I have some pending orders there. They're probably getting hit. Aussie CAD is starting to go. Anyway, interesting stuff here. Dollar CAD, super interesting where it is. It held, got a higher low hammer that just formed. And it's pulling back now. I've already got a position on it. There's no reason to add to it. Glasses. Very tempting on dollar CAD. I think we're getting some interesting positions, some entries right now. Some entries are starting to happen. It happens all the time, right toward the end of this hour. Right toward the end of the 7 a.m. Wall Street going into New York, 8 a.m. is when a lot of entries start to form. Oil, good game. I'm looking for this to go higher. I'm not going to buy it here. We've already exceeded our projected high of the day. Maybe. Yeah. Yeah, this is definitely not a long, just asking for trouble here to buy this. If anything, it's going to be a short, and we've already kind of identified a potential for risk assets to pull back the other way to the downside today. And be looking to sell a higher high. If it'll break the high, be looking to get in somewhere up there. We're already at our projected high of the day. There's no reason to buy it. You're not going to buy something that's statistically higher than its highest price, than its average high. We're already higher than the average high. Why would you buy it? And we're in supply. And we just had a dum-dum run off the low, just straight up with no pullback. It's exceeded its statistical high for the day, and we're in supply. Previous order block, if you want to look at blocks, right here. I mean, there's no reason. There's every reason to sell it and zero reason to buy it. Is what it is. When you see things that way, yeah. Flip over here. Right. Oil. Down. Whatever. Whatever. Oil. I've got a pending order already up there. Anyway, just in case it doesn't make it, or somewhere back to the bottom of the range to fill that gap. My risk is low. Just missed the spike. I'm at 0.1% drawdown, a little less. And it's high. do with it. Say if it breaks the high, I'll take a short, whatever, stop somewhere out of the way. We'll just call it that. Put a pending order there. If it breaks the high, I'll tag into a pending order if it breaks the current high. And if not, then missed it. Go back through and look here. We got stuff happening all of a sudden. Just a slow day, which is fine. Normal. Dollar, yeah, wrecked. Dollar's in trouble. It's just not a, it's not a short. You don't want to sell this here. It's just not a short. It's just not a long yet either. Looked like it was going to be, but it's not. We've got a ranging market is what we have. $0, nothing. Everything is trading between its previous highs and lows. They're just rangy. Euro pound, that sucks. I missed that this morning. Should have taken that. Euro yen, short's good on euro yen. It's in profit. Yeah, gonna be sitting and waiting, guys. It's gonna be once. It's gonna be slow today. And over. That looks like that might have changed as it pulls back. See this pound Aussie starting to hold here in the group side. Going to be somewhere in here, you know, taking the risk on that low risk. Tempting where it is right now, but if for some reason hits that lower level. Euro CAD is also interesting. It stopped in a hold. Everything looks like it's going to be in a range though, unfortunately. Long dollar Swiss. Yeah, dollar Swiss actually makes sense. We'll take a look at that. Sorry, I just saw that. Yeah, if the dollar would just go up, it's low. This is down a lot, and it's down on a low. And once the dollar starts to stabilize here, once it chills, I think a lot of these things, a lot of the dollar stuff is going to be along, just a pullback, just on a reasonable pullback. Just waiting, basically waiting for the right thing. Makes sense. All makes sense. We're waiting for the thing to chill, basically. As far as strength, yeah, the whole market is just flat right now. It's crazy. The yen's gaining off of a deep low, and the rest of the market is just flat over time. There's not a lot going on. Nothing's been stopped out yet. Nothing's even moved far enough to stop anything out. I think this is interesting here in dollar Swiss. I mean, it's not something I trade a lot, but I'll trade the setup. I will trade it. You know, sizing your position the right way, it doesn't matter. You know, if you're trading the setup, pound dollar, ooh, that looks like that might start to chill out a little bit. Come on, pound dollar. That to come down. Pound CAD looks great. Short pound CAD from the top of the range. We talked about that. You can see it starting to form here. Just assuming that that's going to be range high. But this is what we got. Squares up equal body lows like that. You would expect a continuation if it closes that way. In a minute 50, we close full bodied down here on this candle. That'll be good. A good potential continuation. That's what we want to see. We want to see this close full bodied candle near the two previous lows like that on those bodies. Next candle will probably pull back a small candle and fail, and then over the next few candles, that's what we're looking for, is to run down. So I want to see this close like that first. I'm already short from the top of the range, anticipating that. This exact thing was anticipating the top of the range, but it's because I know where that is. I already know something that's happening here. Cheat codes. Gotta wait. Basically waiting for the market to play out. Need the market to move, really, is what we need more than anything. A pound Swiss, probably the same situation. Dollars trying to hold. Pound Aussie is in the zone now where it's probably going to be fine to take it long. Just a little bit lower. I'd be interested in taking another one. I've already got one on it. Pound Kiwi, same. It's just rejecting. I mean, this is down. It's at the bottom of a range. We talked about that earlier. S&P is not doing anything important. Still think this is going to be a short. I think everybody's going to buy this and get roasted is what's going to happen. It's not a long, clearly. Everybody's buying it because it's a green candle. Candle's green, so there's a higher probability of continuing. Okay, from where though? See. Not buying this up here. Dow, same thing. Waiting. CAD yen's good. CAD yen's in the green. That's great. Yeah, we talked about that. Same thing. It's on a higher high. Would only want to be short. Looks good. What else? About GJ. Yeah, everybody wants to trade pound yen. I'm already short on it. Short from up here this morning. It's only a short. No reason to buy it unless you're trading like a 1 minute chart or something. Like you're just swimming against the stream. You're swimming against the current if you're trying to buy into this. On top of that, the yen is gaining. The yen is continuing to gain as an index. So as the yen gets stronger, that's going to put down pressure on pound yen. Yeah. Kiwi yen and pound yen, dollar yen, all going to be shorts. Euro yen is the one that's holding a little better, but it's still going to be a short. In that short too. In a basket against the yen. I'm just basically waiting for it to play out is what I'm doing. But yeah, this is not looking good here. I don't think this is going to hold. We're back inside the opening range now. This is probably going all the way back down. Again, you got to understand how this works. Statistically, your low of the day is down here. So just put that into perspective on pound yen. But if you don't know that, not a long. It's not a buy. It just depends on your time frame. Is it going to go up on a 5-minute chart for a couple minutes? Probably. But it's not a long for any kind of distance, and we're very likely going to close lower than that today. Just not a good. It's not a good entry. It's not a good entry short because we're right back into, on lower time frames. We're back into some buyers. It's not a good entry short right here, but as this makes lower highs, you just don't want to be long necessarily up here, depending on what you're looking to do with it. Pound CAD looks great. Going to be a short, continued short. Let it close. Pound Swiss ended up being good. It looks like all these pound pairs are pulling back is what it is, except pound Aussie and pound Kiwi. Those are the ones that are most likely to hold. That's not quite there yet. Let's say they're the most likely to hold. It needs to come a little bit lower. Oh, here come the dogs. I hear them coming. We'll run these dogs out real quick and then we'll get back to this. Give me 2 minutes here. pound Aussie a little bit lower, guys. See what's going on. I think that would be worth it to try it there to see if it makes a higher low. We're going to get that spike consolidation and then the second leg up. It needs to pull back just a little bit more, though. I got a pending order in there. Let me actually check that real quick. Dogs out real quick. Here, Mr. Squeaker. Squeaking. Hold on, buddy. I'm kind of outside the door. I'll see. Get over here real quick. I'm out the back door and we'll get back to trading here. Yeah, short there. Pound CAD short there. Got two good positions there. Pound Aussie. Actually, as weird as this is, I want to be long on this, but not until it goes lower down there. I'm going to guess that the low of the day is in. Put my target. It's fine. Really want to shoot for that. Shooting those wicks up there. It'd be fine. I'll put a pending order there. If it dips down, then I'll let the pending order get hit. Whatever. Check it out. Nothing crazy's happened yet. No, I don't think anything's been stopped out. Yeah, nothing's been stopped out yet. Just setting positions and gonna wait for the market to move. It's slow so far. Maybe we can get some of it right without any effort. That's the idea. Now we'll get back to watching this. Give me just a minute and we'll get back to it. Come on, S&P. Let's reject off of that high. Normally I would be selling that. Easy call. I don't even need to look at it a second time. I would short that 100%. I'm already in it. Already in it. Nothing to say. Ooh, that's what we want right there. We want this dollar to bounce. That's looking much better here. Got a double hammer forming here, looking good. Not that that matters. It's the price action that it represents. It's rejecting on the low. Euro dollar, same thing. I'm gonna be short there. Anyway, give me just a second. I'll be right back, guys, and we'll continue the day on. Now is when you want to be paying attention as we get closer to this 8 a.m. candle. Give me just a second, and I'll be right back. 1 second. you guys. I'm back. All right. Back to this. Back to this. Man, I gotta get that other. Yeah. Where are we? What's happened here? Nothing really. Low, still waiting. Bitcoin. This looks like this is going to be a short. You would take the risk selling the top of the range, really, to be honest. No answer on the dollar. I'm not a fan of this price action. However, it looks like it's going to continue to be in a range, and we're near the low of it. We're closer to the bottom of the range and to the top. It's not a short. Not now. Not after that yesterday. It's just not a short. It's another way here. So, you know, again, just waiting on some of these things like Aussie dollar, pound dollar, euro dollar. They're all way up on big highs. I think as this plays out and starts to distribute up here, it's going to eventually roll down and pull back. It just hasn't happened yet. Looking at some big moves too, like large potential hundreds of pips, just overall, especially. But even on individual pairs, you're looking at potential multi-hundred pip moves back down. Euro dollar, great. Pound Aussie starting to bounce. That is, looks like a short in this yet or not. I know I have one. See how far away this entry is if I need to take another one. Let's see. Let's see what we got. Whatever. Back through Euro, Aussie, Kiwi. Euro dollar, yeah. Man, so tempting. Whatever. Take it and I'll take the stop if it doesn't go. Risk is low. Crazy next time, yeah. So, I mean, see, again, we're kind of hovering right around just negative, just hovering though. Nothing's been stopped out. It's good. We're continually, slowly starting to add some risk. And if we can get the majority of that balance right, once the market moves, hopefully this thing will run back into the green here by quite a bit. So we're managing it well. I can tell by the drawdown staying about the same, managing it well. There's just not a lot of movement yet. I don't know. Trying not to put all my eggs in one basket here. I never do, but because we're just not sure yet. I don't want to stack in too much. But again, there's such small positions. It's not like I'm going to get wrecked. Like, it's the worst case scenario is I'll lose like $50, like whatever. I'll get it back. But I think we're close enough that I'm not going to have to worry about it anyway. Flip through again. Take another look. Go back to the beginning. Yeah, okay, so the Kiwi stuff. Aussie Kiwi, I don't really trade much because of tends to go the same direction. Aussie CAD, the bounce was perfect. That got the long bounce right there. Ended up being great on the way up. Let's see. A little bit more risk today. Yeah, so Aussie CAD. Whatever, it's going to bounce and run up a little bit, which is fine. It'll offset some of the other stuff. Aussie yen, same thing. Dollar screwing around again. Ridiculous. Stupid price action today, man. Aussie Kiwi, I'm not messing with really. Aussie dollar is not going down because the dollar won't go up. But that doesn't mean it's not going to go down later. I would only be looking to sell somewhere higher, like high of the day. Whatever. I'll wait. CAD Swiss not in. But I could see that being a short. And again, it's on a high. I could see it being a short on a pullback. We'll watch it maybe. Swiss again, same thing. Looks like it's going to be a short. Don't have much to lose. Take it short. Small piece. Look later for it, at some point later, for it to be lower than it is now, is the idea. I don't need to worry about it super. This is not super important. Don't need to babysit it on that little piece. Next, CAD Yen. Great entry short. Had a really good short on that. Hopefully that'll go. Not going to bother moving my stop to break even yet. That looks like it's going to reject on EuroCAD and go down. It doesn't look good. Not sure about the CAD. Skip it for now. Euro Swiss, no trade. Euro Pound, I wish I would have caught that earlier. I have a pending order that didn't get hit. Almost. It pulled back almost to it and didn't hit it. That sucks because that's gone now. That'll be a 100 pip move that missed. Stupid. Euro Yen. Probably going to be a short. Whatever. Yeah. I'll take a small piece. Stop above the high. I've got a pending order. I don't know if it's going to get hit or not. Just in case that rejects and comes down. Looks good for a short. Where it is, for sure. Euro Aussie. Long. Different. Based on the Aussie, we'll see what happens with it today, but it's not a short. Euro dollar hopefully is going to be a short. I'm going to sell into this until it pulls back because of that move that already happened, the expansion. If it breaks the high today, I'll wait for the high of the day before I take another position on it. I'm only willing to take one more time on this. Emergency stops out of the way. If it breaks the high, I'll try one more time. Trying to wait and figure out what the dollar is going to do. It's not, the euro dollar is not a long. I'm waiting to figure out when it's going to be a short. It's not a long yet, but when is it going to be a short? Looking good. Pound Aussie looks good. I'm watching it. I've got a pending order in. If it hits a little bit lower, it's going to be a long. I think it's already a long, but the structure looks really good on that, honestly. I'm just trying to be patient for the right entry. If it breaks this low currently that it's at, goes just a little bit lower, I'd rather be long than short, basically. Pound CAD, I think it's still okay. Pound Swiss, too late. Pound Yen, short's looking good. Short on that makes sense. It's not a long. It's just not a buy. Pound Kiwi, good game. Tagged in there. I think should be. Yeah. Yep. Still long there. Kiwi looks fine. The Kiwi and Aussie pairs are kind of doing different things here today. That's why I'm taking them in a different direction. Next. What else? There, Kiwi CAD, whatever. Kiwi Swiss, that short ended up being right. Here's what I'll do. I'll move stops to break even on this. Basically L2, R2 and square brings up your stop to break even menu. So basically I this, and I can say yes or no. And just like that, move stops to break even. No reason to let that run against you. It's at the bottom of the range. If it bounces back up, it'll take itself out. No harm done. Works great. Kiwi yen looks good. Short looks better now. It's rejecting. Looks exactly right. Closed inside the opening range, and it's coming back down. Dollar CAD, I still would rather be long. I think that's eventually going to head back up. I'd rather only want to be long. Dollar yen, same situation. Dollar's weak for some reason. That looks like it's going to go lower, but I'm not selling it. Skip it. Oil is looking to sell the high of the day. It didn't break the high. It's looking for it to break that high, and it never happened. I've got a pending order. I've got 2 pending orders there. Just going to start scaling into a pullback short, but I'm going to wait for it to break the high first. And there yet. Gold. It's not going anywhere. It's just back and forth. Not doing anything. Don't know what to do with it. There's nothing to do. Wait for the market to open. Get some volume probably. Wait for the market to open. It looked like it was going to be a long and never went, and now it looks like it's going to be a short again. Starting to reject here. I almost want to hedge it in place. I need to watch this actually. Need to be aware of where this is. Hopefully this will hold and run up. I'm net long, but now it doesn't look very good. I want to be short on it. I was net long in case it breaks the high, and then I'm going to get short. I've got a short and a long on it. I'm long and short. I'm just net long, but I want to be short and structure. I think gold's going to be a short. Just in case it pulls up first. Got a protection long on it basically. I'm hedged. I'm overweight hedged. And I'm just going to wait. What is that? The Dow. Yeah, I don't know. Hopefully that'll go short. It's a great entry. Hopefully that'll go. NASDAQ I'm not in. But same thing. Hopefully it'll be a short. The S&P I am in. Then profit, just not by a lot. I think it's going to be short today. Hoping for risk off. Bitcoin I'm short. I'm hoping it's going to be risk off today, and we end up with the dollar bouncing, but it's not right now. I think the yen's getting all the flow. Exactly what's happening is the yen's getting it. Nothing's changed. Unfortunately, nothing has changed. That's exactly the problem. There's nothing happening here. The second you look away from it, it'll be gone though. Just got to stay active on it, and you know, still got plenty of chance for everything to play out. Dollar's just weak. I don't like the dollar. All of a sudden this price action just, it's going to break it. I'm assuming it's going to break the low, but then probably come back the other way. It's just, I think we're going to get a nasty day on the dollar. We're going to try to focus on other stuff. Honestly, the dollar's not going to help today. Sitting here waiting for the dollar to do something. It's going to go back and forth. CAD yen, good short. Hopefully that'll go. CAD yen's gonna be good, hopefully. Good move stops to break even on this, why not? Move my stops there. Instantly stops to break even. Euro CAD, whatever. Euro pound. I'm gonna wait for that to pull back. This may be a long later. We'll see what happens there. Maybe a long later. I think it's just going to be a messy day today. It's Monday. Standard. I'm not taking too much risk here. Taking enough. I've got enough on that if the market moves, could easily be $100 profit with almost zero risk, which is, enough. Yeah, it could do more than that, obviously, but it's not the right conditions. Sometimes when the market conditions are not favorable, or there's a lot of messy uncertainty or weird volatility, like sometimes it's best to just get something out of the market and wait for the better opportunity, waiting for things to get to their weekly highs and lows, and then take a shot at it. Take a shot at a big trade. Don't take a shot at something that's dangerous. This dollar CAD looks actually good. This looks like this is going to be a good long. I'm going to wait for the hash. I'm actually going to time frame go out a little bit. I'm going to put a pending order down there. Whatever, get that out of the way. That holds the hash or not. Let's see. Dollar CAD. I'm just going to put a pending order down there a little bit lower and see if it holds or gets stopped out. Risking $2 and whatever. If it hits again, I'll put another pending order. There. Just in case the dollar bounces. Just spreading stuff out. Yeah. This is not the best condition here. I have a feeling this is going to be a mess until it starts to go. The dollar. It's the dollar. Bet on the dollar going up and it's not going up. So it's just not a short. I'm not going to change anything, but I'm just ready for it to be. So the dollar positions are going to be negative. And I got to find something to make up for it. Pound dollar, euro dollar, Aussie dollar, Kiwi dollar, gold basically against the dollar, euro dollar. It's all dollar stuff that's negative. And almost everything else is in the green. All the CAD and yen stuff. It's just going to be waiting for the dollar to bounce. And when the dollar bounces, eventually, it's been down for hours. The dollar's been down. And when that gets a green candle, this whole thing is probably going to go into the green, but not until then. So we're going to have to wait on the dollar. It's just going to be slow. But clearly holding. It's fine. Everything's fine. I'm waiting. It's going to be a good day. I have a feeling this is going to be good. What trades am I in? I'm in a lot of trades right now. I just do things differently. Risk all over. I trade the entire market and not just one pair. So I'm in a whole bunch of stuff. I'm trading the correlation moves basically. Which way are we risk on? Are we risk off? Are we, certain like safe haven, low rate currencies? Are we up or down there? What's getting the flow? Is the yen strong? Right now the yen as an index is gaining. The rest of the market's just flat basically. The dollar's losing, which is not what I expected. The dollar was strong all day. The dollar was gaining, and then over the last hour it started to pull back. So, but the yen is consistently strong, and we got that right. We're positioning for a stronger yen. Short Aussie yen, pound yen, all those. CAD yen's going to be a really good short. The euro's not going anywhere. We're just flat, basically. Most things are flat. The dollar's slightly trailing off, and the yen is gaining. That's about the only thing that's happening. We don't know what the direction is going to be yet. Gonna have to sit through some mess until we can figure it out. Super slow. Gonna wait for the dollar to break the low down here, and then we'll see. Figure it out. Once the dollar puts in its projected low, we'll reposition basically. Nothing to do. But that, if it's not going to be up early, which it wasn't, then that's what we're going to wait for. I'm not taking any more positions against the dollar until the dollar gets to a certain level. Then we'll try it again. Eventually it'll bounce. It's breaking. It's going to break the low like it's doing it now. I figured that. The dollar is definitely going lower. But everything's holding. I don't think anything's in any danger. Just going to be slow until the stock market opens. Exactly what's going to happen. It's going to be boring until the equities market opens, probably. Unfortunately, we had a dead London session. Really, just overall, it was dead. But it's Monday, and that's pretty typical. Kiwi yen, that looks good. London session has just not been good. Oops, sorry. It has been bad for well over a year. It's not a secret. There's a known problem in Forex right now. And its London session is dead. It's like almost nobody trades anymore in London session. Everybody waits for the US equities market to open because that's the driver of the global economy. It is what it is. And London session is just dead. Nothing moves anymore. It's rare, actually. You might get one day a week where you get trending moves. In London, it's unfortunate, honestly. Unfortunate. But sometimes it's like not even worth messing with. Sucks because London session is the only time that some people can trade. There are people that can only trade during that time. So, if the market's not moving, then they can't trade. I've talked to people about this. I've had people tell me that they sit here and the only time that they can trade during the day is nothing happens, just every day. It's just nothing happens in London. Unless you're trading like a 1 minute chart, trying to catch some 20 lot scalp for 3 pips. It's been rough the last little bit, honestly. And it didn't used to be that way. Everything used to move in London. Used to be just easy in London. And now it's crap. So hopefully that'll change in the future. Everything happens when the US equities market opens. You get about an hour of brutal movement and nothing for the rest of the day. It's so weird. You got to shift over to looking at equities. Come on, dollar down. Yeah, it's going to be a mess. Let's actually take a look at here. Going to wait for the dollar to hit the low and then bounce. Not taking any more positions until then. Have to go negative for a little bit. It's not going to be much. Here it goes. Dollar to the downside, of course. It means some things are going to go and some things aren't. Pound dollar, euro dollar, all that crap from yesterday. Last night really is what it is. If I'd have just closed those, I wouldn't be anywhere near this much. Still, it's only like 0.1%. It's going to wait. Market sucks. Sometimes you wait. Let's look at some charts. We'll come back to that in a minute. There's nothing happening. But what's happening is the dollar's breaking the low, and this is what we need to watch. And where it's heading, we're almost there. Gonna bounce right here. If it cuts through that, it'll bounce right there. And we're just waiting for that. I'm not going to start selling this now. We've broken the low now on the dollar. Figured that was going to happen when this price action started playing out like that. That's what I was saying earlier. This is not good. It's going to go down. But there's no reason to start closing trades because it's probably closer to the low than anything else. Basically this is going to go down probably a little bit more and then do that anyway. So I'm not going to bother closing trades. And it's an unnecessary loss. The most likely thing that happens now that's breaking this low is it's going to go down here, put in a low of the day, and then shoot back up. This dollar is extremely low right now, but it's making a new low. We have a new low on the dollar now.
Hey,
Welcome. Yeah, so there's just no reason to close the trades because it's not, go $40-$50 negative on a 25K account, and then it'll run up later all the way back into profit. It's the same stuff every day. We tried it in London, tried some low risk stuff in London, and just not going, which is fine. No big deal. Watch what happens. This is the management part. Just manage it into a winning position. Dollar. When we get lower, we'll make another decision. We're not making any decisions on anything until the dollar index, the US dollar, gets to the next decision point. Your rebalancing point here. Nothing to do. It's 8:30. I don't think we have any news today that's interesting. Nothing that matters. When the dollar gets here, we'll take another look. But when it gets there, there may be some timing things that happen. Like euro dollar. Just going to wait for that to get to the high of the day up here somewhere. And try that again on a broken high, assuming that it's going to get there now. Let me actually check that, make sure that nothing crazy is going to happen. Yeah, plenty of room. This is going to be a short. It's going to be a great short. It just wasn't a short in London. Euro dollar, pound dollar. Making sure none of my stops are going to get hit for no stupid reason. No reason to take a stop on that. I can move that out of the way. All right. Yeah, just making sure. Euro dollar, talked about that. Kiwi dollar. Euro dollar actually looks crazy right now. It's reaching for the top. About to jump back into that. That's going to be ridiculous on the way down. Stupid big blow off top. The dollar's already down. This is not a long. Actually, I can't wait for that to get up there. I need to pay attention here. Actually, can get some trades. Entries here. This happens. Dollar, euro. Euro Aussie's looking good. Euro Kiwi's looking good, better. Worried about is when the euro gets wrecked. A little bit more. Yeah, I mean we're in the sellers again. A little bit more. That pending order. I'll do that. I'll set a pending order here. Hit. The pending order there short. Next level higher. Scale into it until it comes back. The first shot right here, the dollar, because of where it is. It's at the hash. I'm assuming it's going to go lower, but sometimes that's it. Right where it is right now. See it rejecting like that? Worried about. I'm just already got some in. If it runs the full run, then it'll get tagged in. Gonna be great. Pound Aussie looks like this is gonna be really good. It did pull back too. It's crazy. Gosh. Hope I don't miss that. I should have taken a bigger position on that. Kiwi, I'm already in. It's in profit. Pound dollar, same thing. It's going to be a short. One more little low on the dollar there. Hot mic somewhere. What that is. A little bit more. A little bit more of a push. Watching this. Let's actually watch this real quick. On the chart. A little bit higher. Break that high. We're in the money right now. If you zoom out and look at this, look at where this is. Getting a little bit more. A little bit more. Start scaling into it. Waiting. So when the dollar gets there, it's going to try again. There'll be a whole bunch of new positions that start lining up. And then this thing is low, boy. Yeah. So waiting for the dollar to get there. It's going to be, watch what happens by the end of the day. Watch what happens. Yep. Patience, a little bit more on the dollar. His patience is going to pay off. Watch. A little bit more. Flip back through. A little bit more on the dollar. The big range expansion. It's crazy. What's probably about to happen here, which means equities is going to be the same. You're going to be getting a pump high in the stock market, but then careful on the open. This whole thing may rip the other way. Exactly what it looks like is about to happen. Wait. I know his mic's on. Hold on, let me make sure that I've got. We're in. There. Man. Feeling everybody's buying a bad spot here today. Almost there on the dollar. All right. So here we go. Right here where we are. This is it. Oops. So this is where we need to pay attention to the dollar. Start. Watch this right here. This is where you take a shot at it. Reposition on the dollar, and if you haven't started yet, this is a great place to start. All right, so I'm tagged in there on euro dollar. Looks good. We got any blowouts coming today? I hope not. Hopefully the dollar will chill here. So where this is, we're in the money now. Projected low of the day, back into a bullish block. Below the swing low, would have been the better place to start it, but it looked like it might have held earlier. But if that wasn't going to hold, this is the next decision point. It's the next time to make a decision. There we go. Watch the magic here. $0 already. Let's see what we got. I'm to take a basket against the dollar, basically. $1. Dollar. Dollar CAD the other way. I'm already in it. It got tagged in my low entry. So look at the rejection right there. This will be the next place to try it. Dollar Swiss, same situation. Just from the other side, long. What else? Dollar yen. Not messing with dollar yen because it's not a good thing to trade, really. Oil, if that'll break the high, be good. Gold. My stops to break even on gold. In case that gets wrecked for some reason. The long is in profit on gold. But if the dollar rejects and comes back the other way, that's not going to stay that way. Silver, take that short. I'm going to bet on a dollar rejection here because of where it is. The next place to try the rejection. There's no reason to go short dollar because of where it is. So it's only a rejection. Now the question is, how much are you going to have to sit through before that actually plays out? That's the question. And that, a reason to change that. Bitcoin, I'm leaving that where it is. Top is in, it is, okay. All right, it's just looking for a potential low of the day on the dollar. This is important right here. What happens right here on the dollar? Is this going to hold? There's a whole bunch of stuff that could be happening right here. I think it's going to be really interesting to watch pre-market equities right here. S&P, see what happens. Feeling that something is about to happen here. This is good level. Better. I'm going to actually change my target to, I'm going to raise my profit target. $50 may be too tight. I mean, $25. See my, I'm going to need a bigger target than that. It'll be too easy to hit. Okay, so it's at 50. That's fine.
Five minutes.
That up.
Hey,
Hey, welcome. All right, so I'm going to have a $50 auto close just in case it swings back the other way, and I may actually change that depending on
5 minutes.
what's happening. I just want to make sure that it's not set too tight, because when this thing flips the other way, it'll just be wasted opportunity. It could go, $150 into profit if everything turns around and runs the other way. Profit goal, open exposure. Yeah, so $50, no loss limit. I'll do that manually. Yeah. So,
5 minutes.
Yeah, so if my open exposure hits $50, it'll auto close, but I may turn it off because of where everything is. Good bounce there. Again, these levels are set way before, at 3 a.m. today. London Open, these levels are already set. We already knew where our projected low of the day was going to be and our high. The question is, what happens when it gets down here? Statistically, it's no longer profitable for a liquidity provider to provide liquidity to the other side and be short. If you're providing liquidity, it's no longer statistically profitable to be short. So why would you want to be short? Think about it. You want to run with the money, or you want to run with the doofus, the dum-dums? You got to make a decision. You're going to be smart money, or are you going to be dumb money? You don't have to get it every trade perfect. And here goes back the other way. Gold short. Ooh, running back the other way. Super important here what's happening on the dollar. It's the whole thing. This is the next point to make that decision. And what we're looking for is everybody just got tagged in on their shorts. Everybody's trying to pull the breakout short here. They just got tagged in, and now we're looking for that market to run back all the way back the other way. Zoom out on the dollar and look at where you are right now, and maybe rethink whether or not you want to be short down here on the bottom, on the lowest low since June 10th. You want to be short on the lowest low since June 10th after a break of the swing low back from last year? I don't. Not me. And that's the thing, is at some point, now that we're back in liquidity here below the low, it easily get something like that, easily right back up. And it's just not a good short. It's not a short. And if it's not a short, it's either no trade or a long, right? So that's the thing. We're anticipating where the low of the day is going to be by having an important piece of information, multiple important pieces of information. And there's your rejection right there. Would have been a good scalp. So all this dollar stuff still may be okay. Aussie dollar rejection, euro dollar rejection right on the high. We're looking for this to be the high of the day is what we're looking for. We're trying to anticipate where the high of the day is going to be and see if we get some kind of a pullback like that after breaking the swing high, which makes a lot of sense. Oops. So that's the idea. Let's crap off the screen. So yeah, looks good. Better. That's a better level. Tried it on for a trending move. We didn't get a trending move. So now we're just buying the low of the day. It's the next place that you make that decision, is all it is. And you wait and see. Good decision point. Next. And again, pre-market equities is really the thing to watch. I think gold might be some shenanigans here. Not doing anything. I would wait on that before I make a decision. See if it's going to hold one way or the other. Watch the dollar. Super important here, because if you want to trade something like euro dollar or pound dollar, you need to know what the dollar index is doing, right? You got to understand that. Man, this Euro Aussie is good. We're long Euro Aussie here. That's good. Aussie CAD short the other way is good. Everything's coming back. That dollar rejection, just a market-wide decision right there. King dollar. On back down. Gold, oil. Oh, did that tag me in on oil? Oh. Hope so. Probably not. I was looking. Nope. Missed it by like a pip. I had a pending order right at the top and missed it just barely. That might be a thing. Oil short. It's not a great entry right now. See dollar CAD. Right off the hash. Perfect. Perfect spot. Pending order did get hit there on dollar CAD. Really good entry. Let's look for this retracement you want to be short down there on dollar CAD? You want to be long? What would you rather be right here? After all of this right here, just all the way down. Just all the way down from Friday. Just capitulation down here into supply, or into demand, I mean, sorry. Would you rather be long here or short here, you know, for some kind of a pullback like that? But that pullback could be 100 pips. Doesn't look like it, but it, you know, could be a big move, 50, 100 pips. It's, you know, back to the range high, you know, 92 pips. So that's the thing, you know. What if, here's the thing on this with the dollar and dollar CAD, it applies to that. It's a dollar pair. What if this is a, oh my God. What if this is just, I cannot draw a straight line with this mouse. What if it's a range like this that hasn't developed yet? Think about it this way. What if it is just a range that hasn't developed yet? And this whole thing is going to pull right back up and end up retesting the high like this. 90 pip run with an epic entry. And that's, you know, that's the play. That's the play. Pulling back center mass right now. Decent shot at another entry on that, actually. Dollar CAD. You know, is that going to hold? Man, dollar CAD's tempting. You know, we got to be close. We're probably really close to the bottom of the range on dollar CAD. Probably very close. It could potentially go a little bit more, but there's a decent possibility that this is it, because of where the dollar just hit. So we'll see. It's a perfect place to make a decision. Either way, it's going to be a good position. It'll probably end up in the green. You just don't over leverage to begin with, and you just wait. Let the distance do the work. What else? Pound dollar. Yeah, NAS and pre-market equities, again, it's going to run counter to the dollar. We're on a higher high right now. It's not a long. I'm personally taking a short on this. It is absolutely not a long. It's not a buy. You know, just higher high, higher high, higher high, higher high again. It just keeps breaking the high. You know, it just keeps breaking the high. It's not, and we're on a break of the big range highs up here. It broke the high again. Not going to buy the highest high since the middle of December. With the dollar doing that, especially, it's just not, nah. See, I look at this differently. I'll be looking at this and I'm looking for that move. But that's just me. And I'm willing to scale into that, because I know what's likely to happen later. I'm looking at what's probably going to happen later. Not over the next 5 minutes. Or whatever that is. Dollar CAD's looking good. Yeah. So, got to see how close we are on the dollar. Probably close. A little bit more on euro dollar. Pokes up into, that's like a big 4-hour level up there. We're at the top, you know, it's not a long. Hasn't started coming down yet, but we're getting the positioning now, you know, over the next couple hours here. Really the next hour. We'll see what happens when the stock market opens today. Still pre-market. When that happens, we'll get the volume and we'll see what direction we go. Some things will be right, some things will be wrong, and we'll figure it out. It's easy, low risk trading. Just, you don't have to worry about being wrong and hitting your loss limit on one trade and being done. When maybe later something else develops, or a whole bunch of other things all start to come together all at once, and you've already hit your loss limit because you took too much risk. A different way of looking at it. You're severely restricting yourself from opportunities if you're taking 1 or 2 trades with a very large lot size. If you miss them, what if something else develops? 10 other things develop for the rest of the day, and you've already hit your loss limit. You have to sit out and miss it. You have to wait to the next day. It's just, maybe there's a better way, is all I'm saying. Dollar CAD. There's nothing wrong with doing something that works for you. I get that. I do things the way I do. Works for me. Consistently. Dollar, waiting for that to break the high. If it breaks the high, it's going to be a short. Things looking good. Waiting for a break of the high up here. Things are going to start playing out all of a sudden. Right about time when the U.S. equities market opens, we're going to be at some really crazy extreme levels. High of the day, rejecting like magic. Yeah. Waiting. Everything was good. Everything's good. Look through some more over here. Got oh man. Controller wrecked. I gotta go grab my charger. Hold on. Need my cable. Controller's dead, of course. Give me 1 second. Let me grab my controller. Watch this for a second. Hold on. Give me just a second. Funny about knocked the camera over. I forgot it was in front of the door. It's hilarious. Dollar looking better all of a sudden. All that Maya. Hold on a second. If you're there, did I not? Did I not put the EA in the file? Maybe. Let me look. Yeah, so we're getting back to it here. What was it we're gonna look at? Aussie Swiss. Let's take a look real quick. Looks like it's going to go down. It's not a good entry short right now. However, a good short earlier. It's not a good, it's still high. It's not really a great entry right now. This pair tends to trend very well though. This has always trended very well. It tends to stay in a trend. First, obviously, be looking right here at 63603 right there, and the next level I'll be looking at right here. Before I would, depends on where you're in from. I would probably be looking to close a short down there or possibly take a bounce much lower down there. But yeah, this looks like it's going to pull back. You know, if you look at this zoomed out, we're high on that. There's room for this to come down. I wouldn't enter it short right here necessarily, but it's not terrible. It's not bad. It's starting to go down. I have a feeling that this is going to end up much lower. Yeah, that I would look for lower on that. It's just already moved, and that's the thing is, in theory, we've just come down 50 pips, which is a significant portion of it. It's come down almost a full daily candle worth of movement off the high. In Asian session, basically, it's come down like it's already done a full daily candle. So it may not want to enter it here, but I would be looking lower. It looks like it's going to go lower for sure. I think, and it's the Aussie. I think the Aussie is going to end up much lower. The Aussie has been very strong, and now it's all pulling back down. It's coming off of a big high on the Australian dollar. As an index, the Australian dollar is losing strength. So that's really what it is. Yeah, if you're looking for longs, I would probably, we'll watch it. I would look a little bit lower. I wouldn't buy it yet. That's crazy thing is it's probably going to bounce right here at this previous high too, though. It depends on what you're looking to do. I would have a stop in, but there's a possibility it bounces right here where it is, right on this hash right here. It's probably going to bounce. Now the question is, how far does it go? Does it pull back up and reject again and go lower, or does it, you know, pull back up and stay up today? It's probably going to bounce right here a little bit, but I would make sure to have a stop on it. But I would rather take it long from lower because it's so high, but there's likely going to be a reaction basically right where it is. The whole market is about to probably react here. So that's a thing. Yeah, no problem. We'll watch that one. I don't know what I would do there. I would probably be careful on that particular pair where it is. I wouldn't want to enter it short. And if you're looking for a long, watch right here. Right here, there's probably going to be a reaction there. Now the question is, how far does it go up? That is the big question. Let's get back to this. We got markets moving. Hold on a second. Nothing bad's happened. It's always a good thing. It's funny. Got the camera stand was in front of the door. Yeah, it's back to this. Let's see. Oh yeah, hold on one second. I got to plug this controller in. That was the whole point. Battery wrecked. Hold on a second. All right. back to normal here. Things are starting to come back a little bit, which is good. I think we're closer to right than wrong, and that's the key. That's the key. All right. All right, so what is this? Aussie CAD. I'm going to move stop to break even here. Done, just like that. Or I can even look at a mouse or look at a key. That's a good trade. That's good. The Buckhorn we already talked about. Come on, Bitcoin short. There we go, baby. Now we're talking. I think we're close. I think we had it close to begin with, and we're just screwing around a little bit. Come on, dollar. Hold on. Euro dollar, where this is tempting. The question is this going to be the high or what? It's 9 a.m. We got a new 4-hour candle. Dollar CAD looks really good. Really good on dollar CAD. S&P. I have a feeling we're going to get a false move. False move and then rip back through the range. Watch the S&P for a minute. This is going to be important what happens here. If this is going to bounce or if it's going to rip back through. Hold on 1 second. Watch that. I need to be able to see that. That in the dollar. All right. Bitcoin's looking much better. Good short there. Not going to move stops yet on that. S&P, I'm short from earlier. Dow short from earlier. It's starting to go back into profit. Maybe. Silver from earlier. If the dollar is going to bounce, that may end up going down. Gold, I'm going to wait for it to break the high before I would be interested in selling it again. I'm going to leave that alone. Oil. If it breaks the high, I'll take the short. I've already got a pending order up there. Dollar yen, I would wait for it to go lower before I try to buy it. Out of the way. Dollar Swiss. All right, pending order got hit. Very, very good entry there. Very good entry on that. Totally cool with that. Yeah, good game. Let that go. It's just, again, another one of those pending orders I said earlier. Dollar CAD looks really good. Pending order got hit lower. Really good entry. As soon as as soon as this goes back above this first entry up here, I got 2 longs on it. I got one here and, one lower. As soon as it goes over that entry, I'll probably move stops to break even and let that get taken out, but leave the lower entry on and let that run. Dollar. I'm trying to figure out if this is going to be the low on the dollar. How close are we to the low on the dollar is the question. Got a sketchy time here. Kiwi dollar. That was a good short. Great short. Gonna leave it for now. Kiwi yen. Murderous. Awesome. That's a really good short there. Stops to break even on that. No reason to mess with that. Oh, it's wait a minute. Is that... No, it's in. Yeah. Okay, yeah. All right, I was gonna say it took a minute for it was downloading the data is what it was. All right, so yeah, stops to break even. Really good short there. Great. Yeah, good game. Go. Kiwi Swiss, whatever. Kiwi CAD, didn't take it. Pound dollar, got a good short. Depending on what happens with the dollar, I'm just scaling into that until it pulls back. Eventually, we'll find the high of the day and it'll all pull back and go into the green. Pound Kiwi, killing it. Stops to break even. Just like that. Stops to BE protected. Hopefully that'll go. That drawdown's coming down a lot. Pound yen stops to break even. What else? Pound Swiss, nothing yet. Pound CAD, surprised that didn't come down. I'm going to leave it for now. Euro dollar, watching this. Finally got tagged in there. Got a pretty good entry on the top. Scaling into it. It's just eventually that'll come down. I'm watching the dollar to see if we've got the low on the dollar or not. Looks much better here. We got seller exhaustion. Got a big candle and then decreasing body size candles with wicks on the top. It's just, there's likely going to be a red candle coming at least. So I'm cool with that. Gonna leave it. I'm not gonna add to it. What is this? Euro Kiwi long there, stops to break even. Easy peasy. The one pending order never got hit. I'm gonna get rid of that. I'm gonna remove that pending order. It's not gonna get hit. That's unlikely. There's no reason to leave it there. Manager's good. It's running away. Yeah, it's a good game. That's a really good trade right there. That's probably not coming back, at least for now. Normally, if this was I could be taking profit on this. I'm going to let it go and just see what happens. So some things are still going well. Euro Aussie. Yeah, those didn't get hit. I'm going to pull those pending orders. They didn't get hit, unfortunately. I wanted to get in it since early this morning. They did not get hit. That sucks. I had 2 pending orders there. You just get rid of them. There's no reason for them to be there. I don't think it's coming back. And if it does, I'll probably make a different decision. What is this? Euro yen, I'll leave that on. Euro pound, pending order didn't get hit. Same thing, it's gone. That sucks. That's up way over 100 pips. Tried to take that this morning and was messing around doing analysis and didn't actually take the trade. Good game. What else? Moving along. Euro CAD. Not in this. I'm going to wait and that breaks that high. Put a pending order right there. If that hits, let's say we'll put just an emergency stop in. See if it runs back. It'll probably pull back to the top of the range or something. Just in case it breaks the low. I don't know. I'll just put a target somewhere. I'll put a pending order there in case that if it breaks the high of the swing low, it'll be a range expansion, and that'll be a decent order to have in. And I'm sure that it's going to pull back at some point. I think we're about to get a market wide rip here. Let's go. Position the right way. CAD yen, really good. Make sure stops the BE on that are good. That's a great trade. Short right off the top, right off the high. Nothing to do there. Swiss yen, same thing. Short, it's in between. Had Swiss, I'm not in it. Aussie dollar, that's not going yet because of the dollar. I'm actually gonna move. I don't want that to take that stop on that. I'm managing the net position. I don't care about an individual trade necessarily. Whatever, just get it out of the way. I can manage it. It's an unnecessary stop to take. The dollar's trying to bounce too. Looking good, actually. That looks fine. Looks much better than it appears right now. Aussie Kiwi, I'm not in. Aussie Yen is good. I'm going to leave that for now. Could put a stop to break even. I think it hasn't moved far enough yet. I want to see this close below this center level right here. And I'll probably move my stop to break even. Not yet. Still watching equities here. Come on, S&P. I hope the equities market eats dirt on the open. It's possible. Very possible after what happened the other day. Aussie Swiss, that's probably going to bounce. Here's something aggressive you can do is buy this on the hash. Why not? That makes sense. That drawdown's come down quite a bit. Nothing bad's happened. I think the only thing that's happened is gold got stopped out at break even. Yeah, so negative 36 cents on the day. Gold got stopped out at break even, and Kiwi Swiss got stopped out at break even. Actually need to adjust that break even to stop it out like plus spread and commissions. Spread swap and commissions. The bot does that. I haven't put that in here yet. That's something that needs to get done. So yeah, nothing's happened. All positions are still safe. Drawdowns come down quite a bit by 50%, and we haven't even started moving yet. Haven't even started yet. It's got a lot of potential. On. That's what it's about. Okay, make sure stops at BE. Make sure my risk is low there. Next. So Aussie CAD, Aussie Swiss, bounce. Aussie Yen, I will put my stop to break even there. Just in case the Aussie goes back up. Aussie dollar, I want to stay short against the dollar. I'm going to leave that where it is. Add Swiss a little bit lower. I'll take a bounce on a long, but not yet. A little bit lower. We'll keep flipping through these things. Gonna end up in the green here probably pretty soon. Dollar is going to be the low of the week. It might even be the low of the week right there, honestly. We might have just seen the low of the week on the dollar. In structure, look at where it is. And we're positioning on all these things. Look at the drawdown coming back. It was $50 a minute ago. We need the dollar to bounce is what it is. I'm so heavily positioned on the dollar. When that bounces, this will all go. It'll happen eventually. I'm going to manage it until it comes. Euro dollar's good. No reason to take any more positions on that. Aussie. CAD. There. Wait on that, get that out of the way. Manage the position. I do have a short on pound CAD that it rejected and then pumped, so I'm going to wait on that. Instead of taking the stop on it, on something like that, if it was a bigger position, I would just take the stop. There's a chance that that's going to go back the other way here very soon. I'm not going to add to it, but there's no reason to, there's no reason to mess with it. Pound yen is probably good. See if it gets stopped out. Dollar's probably good. That looks really good actually to go the other way. Short. On dollar looks good. That closes a confirmation candle back inside the range. I'll probably add to it short. The aggressive play would be to do it now. Why not? Not gonna hurt anything. I'll add two. Not gonna hurt anything. I'm betting on a dollar bounce is what I'm doing. I'm betting that the US dollar is going to come back up. And when that happens, all these pound dollar, Aussie dollar, euro dollar, especially euro dollar, they're all going to die. He's good. That's good. Kiwi dollar stops to break even on that trade. It's a great trade. Perfect entry right into wicks. Right at the top of the range. Good game. Maybe that holds. About to be in the green here any second. Come on, dollar. Yeah, I think, yeah, Powell's speaking. I think it's, yeah, there's no data release. He's speaking on something about jobs or something. It's actually funny. But yeah, Powell is speaking tomorrow. What times do I let the bot trade for me? I need to actually run that this week. I had meant to do that. I'm just setting everything up all the time. I run it 24 hours a day. I was trading manually, but actually probably need to. We'll do that in a little bit. We'll set that up. Just because it's fun. Actually, we'll do that right now. Why not? Here's what we'll do. We'll run it on something. It's just a weird time. Run it on something against the dollar, really. Run it on pound dollar. Pound dollar is a good choice. Open a, no, not a new order. New chart here. 1 second. We'll turn this on. So we'll put dynamic range trader on. You guys can't see the options, but we'll run. I'm going to load my find my set file. Second. I'm sure, yeah. Let me copy this file. Hold on, I'm gonna load my set file. For my presets, let me paste this in there. All right, so now I should be able to load. There we go. My equity captures, range expansion and signal reversion. I'm going to run a combination, 2 separate strategies that run in combination with each other. Knock some dollars out of the market. Be good to go. Let me make sure I don't have any weird auto close on. All right, good to go.
15 minutes.
Let's go. Prophetess Prime has spoken. All right, so. All right. Yeah, why not? Let it try. Man, that's crazy because it probably would have just taken a trade 2 candles ago. It would have taken a candle pattern short. Yeah, we'll let that run too. Why not? The range expansion is going to need to break the high to take a short or candlestick pattern. It sets up a range and takes mean reversions outside of that range. It's just one strategy. There's many strategies. Many. Actually, what we'll start doing this week, and we're in the green, by the way. We'll start demoing that this week. We'll do that. I need to start running. I need to be running it anyway. I'm just, doing both right now. I'm working on this other thing and doing both. I need to be running it while we're doing this. I just need to start it in the beginning of the week. I normally turn it off on Fridays on this account because I can't hold over the weekend on this account. But now that it's early in the week, we'll start running it. We'll run it on GU and add some charts. I'm just also trading manually, so I don't want to interfere with it too much. You'll end up in a little bit larger drawdown than normal if you're messing with it sometimes. It's best to just let it do its thing. And again, we're not talking about a big drawdown. Something like this stays within like a 3%, drawdown range. Less than that, 2 to 3% drawdown max. Not even close to that, depending on how much risk you're running. No, yeah. You just, if you load that set file, that's all you need to do. Just make sure auto trading is on and allow live trading is set. Let me check that real quick to make sure. Man, I cannot see this keyboard when it's not lit. It's crazy. I'm so used to having a lit keyboard now. It's lit. Yeah, allow live trading. As long as allow live trading is set. Honestly, I forgot to even run it. I need to. So yeah, it'll start taking some positions. You'll hear it. It'll tell you. Prophetess Prime will tell you all about it. We need to demo that this week. We need to be running it. Period. I'm testing this new software, this risk manager. So I'm just kind of doing that separately from the bot on this account, but we'll do that live on this account. Why not? There's no reason not to. It'll make some money. All right, so here we go. We're in the green. Dollar for the win. Dollar bill, y'all. Target a $50 open exposure target, which is fine. So again, gonna knock that out first. That'll be 0.2%. Every $25, oh, it's a 26. So we'll just every $26 is 0.1%. And normally I'll knock out 0.1% at a time and just do it as many times as I can. But that'll shoot for 0.2 because the amount of exposure that I have on right now should easily hit that easily today. And I could probably let it go for much more than that. Given where we are and what's going on with the dollar, where everything is, there's a very, very, very good chance that all of this starts to run. Bad's happened. We're back in the green. Very just ultra low risk, and we haven't even started moving yet. Got positions in the green. It's gonna be a good day. Dollar CAD stops to BE. Good game. 2 entries, very good entries on that. Great. Good game. Look at dollar. Look at the entries on dollar CAD all the way at the bottom, all the way. And look at it. Just look at it. Would you look at that? Just look at that. Moon. Let's go dollar. Come on. Caught the low on the dollar is what we did. Funny how all of a sudden all that stuff starts to work out. It's because you're making good decisions to begin with and you're much closer than you think sometimes. Would you look at that? Just look at it. Man. So come on, dollar. Got some exposure on the dollar here is what a lot of this was positioning because of where it was, because of where the dollar is. Makes sense. No, I'm still not out of the woods yet, but better. Much better. Sucks on oil. Missed my pending orders. It missed my first pending and then mega wreck to the downside. Wrecked. That's not going to get hit now. That's coming down. Unfortunately, missed it. I'm going to move my pending. I'll leave the highest order just in case it gets hit today. Problem is I don't want to forget about, I mean, I guess it won't happen. Probably won't happen. I don't want to leave it and forget about it and it gets hit tomorrow at a bad spot or something like that. I'm sure I'll be closed out by the end of the day. Just in case this pumps back up, I'll leave that one. Sure, that'll end up getting closed out. Dollar looks good. What's crazy is the equities market is not coming down at all, but the dollar is pumping. Watch that. We got the low on the dollar, I think. Super low too. Really, really good position there on the dollar. This. So we got to wait for some profits to play out. Don't really have much yet going on, but we're not in the red anymore, which is a good sign. Just need to let some stuff play out. Some things will get stopped out. Some will be wrong. Some will be right. Come on, Bitcoin. Stop yet on that. What else? What else? What else? Now on the NASDAQ. I'm waiting on that equities and see what's going to happen there. Hopefully get a big red candle on the open. With the dollar as low as it is. Be cool. It would be better to go down than up. Stock market today. Stock market indices. There's more potential to the downside. From here. It's about from here. Oh, yeah. Sorry. Yeah. Yeah, is it loud click? Yeah, I mean, I need to set up a hotkey macro to just mute everything. I've got to mute in 3 different places is the problem. I got to mute on the audio mixer, on Zoom, on the stream, and there's a hardware switch on the mic. I need to just have a little soft button to hit or something where I can just mute everything. Like I'll set up a hotkey. Dollar looks good. Come on, dollar. Dollar looks really good, actually. Gold. We'll wait for that to come back. If the dollar is going to be strong, it'll probably come back. Over there. Blah, 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 blah. S&P. Wait for that to come back. Talked about. Let's go back the other way. Just look and see what's going on because the market's moving here. We got 5 minutes to open. Go, baby. Go. Come on. See how much of this is going to get stopped out. How much is going to be stopped out at break even. How much of this is going to be right. Gone. It's gone off the high. That sucks. Missed opportunity. Pound dollar. Be good. Dollar looks like it's about to fly, honestly. In structure, like look at this zoom out a little bit and look at the dollar index. And then think about what's going to happen to equities. The dynamic shift that's about to happen. Pound CAD is stupid, not trading that. Euro dollar, same thing, just waiting. Good entry, waiting for it to come back. Again, trying to hit target, that's it. Just trying to hit a percentage target, which is really a dollar target. Trying to hit a 2/10 target. Could have already hit probably on the 1/10. Normally I'll just take like 0.1% and then reposition immediately, and then just continue on, just keep trying to hit 0.1%, see how many times I can get it a day. The bots had some crazy days before with that. Like the bot will hit like 15, 16 times on 0.1%, end up like, 1.5% gain. I've seen it happen before. Had it happen before quite a few times, especially in choppy markets. When the market is actually choppy and rangy, the bot performs very well. Mean reversion strategies perform very well. Might have to add a couple charts here, actually. I'll let it trade. Trade the S&P maybe. One second. Dynamic range trader. Let me load that. Let me load a set file. My maximum spread is set to some stupid number. Alright, make sure live trading is on. It is. Good game. Yep.
15 minutes. 15 minutes.
I'll let it trade the NASDAQ instead. That rod. See what happens here. early in the week too, so it might not. Look and see. If I have a range filter on that, it might need to go higher within the weekly candle. I need to turn that off, and just so it'll take trades. Expansion. Where is it? All right, there we go. That filter. I'm just going to leave that on. I'm not going to mess. I'm not going to let it take stupid trades just because. Here we go. Market is open. Here we go. This range expansion. Take that filter off, the step filter off of it. Hurry. Market's probably going to turn around here in just a second. Yeah, I am going to take it off.
15-minute.
So it'll take a trade here probably any second. Yeah.
NASDAQ. Entering position. Short.
There we go. All right. So that's in. Let it trade it. See what we get here. Trading pound dollar and NASDAQ right now. Should be. That 1 second. Yeah. Let it run. I'm probably going to hit target anyway. I've already got a really good net position on, to be honest. All right. Given the market conditions, I think we're going to be good to go today. No, it's yeah. I'm not buying equities right now, but yeah, the bot's definitely going to short that range expansion. I knew it was going to do that. I figured it was going to take that immediately. As soon as I turned it on, I was going to take that trade. Got it real quick. Market's moving. See what the heck is about to happen here. Or going to be volatile here all of a sudden. A little bit more on whatever that is. Kiwi Swiss, that might be a trade coming for a bounce. Kiwi Swiss is probably going to be something pretty soon. Dollars in a weird spot. Yeah, so there's always volatility on the open, so you're going to see it go back and forth. Some things may get stopped out, maybe not. Okay, there, that's the bot short. Let it do its thing. Normally it would wait to take that trade. I turned the filter off to let it just go ahead and trade. It would wait until it's already exceeded a certain amount of range by percentage. Not going to get into the strategy, but it's a very smart way to do it. It looks back at the weekly candle statistically and splits it into chunks, and it had exceeded a certain percentage of the weekly candle before it is allowed to take a reversal trade. Yeah, it's a good game. I turned that off just to let it trade because I've got a net basket on anyway. To let it go. Why not? Let it trade. Normally it would be waiting for only the highest quality reversal, but I'm just going to let it do it just because. Hear it getting into some stuff. Bitcoin, come on. Got to make a decision. If we get over my 0.1%, $25, which is going to happen any second now, probably I may test the close all. I haven't tried that yet. Close all from the controller. The problem is some of these positions are epic. Like if you zoom out and look at the dollar, like this dollar Swiss, like that is, you are not going to get a better position than that in the wicks long. This could go up for days, like days to the upside. Just low risk. I could easily get $100 bill out of this market today. Easily. Hold on. So you know what I mean? I got to make a decision on whether or not to close out. So anyway, yeah, watching here on the open. Got volatility on the market open here. Let's go. What we want. Try to see what else happens. I'm looking for things to push into levels that are tradable. You know, some actionable decision-making level. What can I do? Euro Kiwi is good. That might hit target. We'll just see where we're at the end of the day. That's how it goes. Ended up taking like a $20 loss on Friday, which wasn't a big deal. I was up quite a bit and positioned on stuff that weird dollar move, man. Good game. I mean, the dollar did something crazy. So, whatever. Ended up taking a $20 L. So, I may just get that back first and reposition. Just to get me back to neutral here. That's tagged in. That's a good position on CAD yen. That's a great short. Really, really good entry short up there on the top. I've got a target on it, but I may move that. That's going to hit target, I'm sure. Cat Swiss. Maybe so. As soon as that breaks the low, that's probably going to be a bounce long. I'll wait for it to get down to the low. Actually, here's what I'll do. I'm going to put a pending order right there. Put my stop back below the range, and we'll just put a target somewhere probably the low of the range to execute. Done. Pending order in next. CAD yen. Lower. Quite fun. Euro pound. Dollar is probably good. The dollar is very likely the low of the day, if not the low of the week. I got in the low of the week on a Monday here, or close. We'll see what it does, how we close today. If we run up today because of where the dollar is, there's a good chance that might be the low, and would just be dollar upside for the rest of the week. It'd be so easy. It'll be an easy week. Kiwi Swiss. Probably going to be a bounce. I'm going to put a pending order right here below that low. Whenever we'll put a stop somewhere. Maybe that'll go. Target. Whatever. We'll put a target at the high. If it breaks the high, good game. Next. Just in case that runs down and tags in a good entry. This is going to be, if this pulls back, this could be really good. Dollar CAD. I'll wait on that and watch it manually. Hopefully that was the low on the dollar, man. The dollar has a long way to go up potentially, just to retrace. Money in the green. Come on, Dow, look at there. Dow wrecked. NASDAQ, the bot trade is about to go into profit. Yeah, that's just the first position. It's gonna try to open up, it's gonna try to capture a range of equity, in positive equity, and then start scalping out in the middle. But it'll hold a short on the top and a long on the bottom, and start scalping out the middle while it stays in profit the whole time. So that would be the goal. So this would be your protection short. So as it comes down, and it can take a while to play out, but as it comes down, it'll be looking to buy in, and then it'll start scalping out in the middle. So it'll have a short in profit from the top and a long in profit from the bottom, and then start knocking out little, dollar scalps, just knocking a dollar out of the market a bunch of times a day. Just ching, ching, ching. You'll just hear it going off. You'll see. We'll let it run this week. Just knocking out dollars just all day long. A dollar or whatever you set it to. On this, it's infinitely configurable. I've just got it set to capture a range and just knock a dollar out of the market. It could be $10, it could be $5, it could be a percentage, it could be anything you want. You could just wait and let it hold open exposure until you get to a 1% gain, and then close it out and then reposition. You can do all kind of stuff with it. It's infinite, really. It is a very powerful tool. People have no idea, seriously, how powerful that tool actually is. It's like capital management level. Like, it's very serious trading bot. It's not some garbage trading bot. But it has to be, you got to configure it, and, it's meant to be run lower risk. But it's a very powerful tool. We'll run it this week. Pound Swiss, a little bit more. Sell the high of the week if it makes it up there, or high of the day. If it makes it up there. Whatever. Pound Aussie game. Yeah. So waiting at this point. We got some volatility on the open. Hopefully equities is going to die. Euro yen's looking better. We're closer. We're bouncing back and forth in profit. Some things are going to go for sure. And some things are iffy. Got some volatility. These first couple candles can be weird. See what happens. See what gets stopped out and what doesn't. Way on silver, I don't need to take a stop on that. I'll manage it. If it breaks the high, I'll take the stop, but up lower. Dollar's pulling back right now. It's going to be difficult. Sell. Yeah, so waiting. See what we get. See how close we are. Dollar CAD's money. Just absolute money on that. Got so far to go too. Yeah, so better. Got a better position. See how we end up. Back and forth on profit because the dollar's pulled back. If that dollar will actually bounce and run up today, this is going to be a good day. But it's going to probably require that happen. Yeah, just like that, all the way back. Man, if this market goes, this could be a really good net position. It's moving. A video on how to make that preset. It's in that, if you're yeah, I'm not sure what your YouTube. Yeah, so it's in the dynamic range bot Discord. There's a preset. That preset is just the one that it's if you look, I just posted it the other day in the dynamic range bot Discord channel. That channel in Discord. I just posted it in there because we were talking about it, but it's yeah, it the idea is that it captures positive equity, a channel of positive equity, and then knocks out scalps in between. It kind of protects against drawdown is what it does. It knocks out little dollar scalps, but protects against drawdown while it's doing it. It's a good setup. It's a good preset. but it's just one of a million things that you can do with it. But that's just one way. It's a combination strategy. It's a range. It trades a range expansion to capture a range. Sells on the top and buys on the bottom, and it captures a range of equity as it pulls back to the mean. And inside of that range, it takes candlestick pattern scalps for $1. That's just one setup. There's a whole bunch of things you can do with it, a lot. But, you know, also delta neutral grid. There's multiple grid strategies, like infinitely configurable, basically. Signal reversion, the open reversion. Not going to get into that. Trades the statistical range strategy, weekly highs, daily highs, all that stuff. Center rejections, range breaks, Asian range, fully automated supply and demand, fully automated multi-time frame supply and demand. If you want to multi-match your 1 hour supply with your 15-minute supply, you can filter out trades by that. It fully automates and bounces between levels. It's fully automated supply and demand. Who has that? We do. And that's just one of like 19 strategies. People have no idea, seriously, because I haven't advertised it. People who have seen it in the group come up, and how as this has changed, they understand. But yeah, I haven't even started advertising this yet, but there's extremely unlikely that there's anything out there that's as powerful as this is. I've heard some people that were working on some things, and they're like, oh yeah, we've got the best trading bot. And then I saw what it was, and I was laughing. I was like, that's hilarious. So it's like that. Honestly, I'm that confident about that. Especially when see what's coming. AI implementation, GPT-3 AI implementation. And that's just one part of what's coming. Kiwi Swiss doing like actual machine learning, like actual AI. In the hands of the common man. Let's see. Pound Aussie. Come on. Okay, pullback time. Hopefully this dollar will hold, for one thing. Can it pass? Of course, yeah. It pretty much did pass. It passed one of the FTPs. It did 8% out of the 10%. I did the last 2% manually. But yeah, it is possible, but you got to run at lower risk, and you got to take your time on it. It's better. There are better firms. FTMO is trash, honestly, compared to some of the others. Look in the link in the description. There's nothing that's better than that firm. It's not a commercial for them. I'm just saying, just FTMO is, once you see what else is out there, you'll realize that FTMO is a scam. Seriously, 100% honest opinion. It is what it is. It is what it is. Once you see what else is out there, you'll be like, why was I wasting my time with FTMO with a 30-day time limit, with a garbage scaling plan, you know, when you could have no time limit for the same price, and much better rules, much better. You know, you realize that it's a money grab, and there are other prop firms out there that actually want good traders. And it's like hard to explain, really. But yeah, no, but yes, you know, it is absolutely possible. I know of people in the group that have done it. I passed most of mine with it. It has passed the demo many times. A bunch of people trade live. You just got to be careful with the risk. You can't jack the risk way up, you know, and expect to stay under risk parameters. You're trying to do something that's virtually impossible. You're trying to automate, and we've figured it out, how to automate a strategy or an algorithmic system that can stay within a 3% drawdown, 3%, and still do 10%. Do 10% profit without taking a 3% drawdown. Do you have any idea how hard that is? Like that is it's incredibly difficult to stay within those risk parameters. It's not easy, and it has passed. Yeah, like I'd say, I did it right in front of everybody. It did about 8% of mine, and I did the last 2% manually because I was like, wait a minute, I want to make sure, like I want to pass it. But yeah, it did. I've got the MyFX books too. There's one of the tests that did 12% in 41 days. It did a 12% gain in 41 days with a 3% drawdown. I think it was a 3.79% max drawdown, which is well within risk parameters. So it is absolutely capable of doing it, and it's got a lot of room to go to make it better. I think that, it's just like with anything else, people try to run it high risk and try to do it now and run stuff high risk. I mean, if you want to run it on a personal account where you can actually let it breathe a little bit, people have gotten some crazy results out of it. Crazy result, like 60% in a month. Those kind of results. Verified. Got the MyFX book on live accounts. Yeah, so I know it can do it. I know it's capable of doing it. We got a crazy run here happening up in equities. Man, what's going on with that? NASDAQ. Big high on the NASDAQ. I'm about to take a position here on the hash. Actually, I'll just set whatever. I'll set a pending order up there. If it breaks the high, then cool. Yeah, I got a wild run here. Went from profit to no profit pretty quickly. Take a pending there. See if that gets tagged in, and I'll take the tight stop, because if it not, it'll be way up here. And I'll put a stop up here too. I'm gonna put a pending in on that. So it broke the high. We did break the high. I don't know if anyone we got stopped out. Nothing stopped out yet. Yeah, so we got a crazy move there while we're sitting there talking about it. Dollar's back down, of course, is what it is. Euro dollar is getting to a spot. Gonna end up being sketchy here. Gonna put some risk on. Weird moves. There's a lot of big moves lately, honestly. Man, some of those dollar pairs look so good. Now it's going to want to pull back. Kiwi Swiss. Yeah, no, the bot is incredibly capable. It's capable of much more than you would need to do. And that's, kind of the point. It is a Swiss Army knife. It's 19 different strategies, and it's not BS strategies like, my MACD crossed. Like, it's real, hedging algorithms and auto hedging and smart chase, and where it'll automatically flip a switch and flip in and start chasing your drawdown and squaring up negative with positive positions, and it's like real stuff here. Oof, God, what's going on with this dollar? Euro dollar. Man, I'm not gonna. So tempting. There's a whole bunch of stuff about to get tagged in here. Oh man, I'll take one more. We're in supply now on euro dollar. Finally, took forever. Holy cow. What is going on here? Yikes. Yeah, dollar. Stupid dollar broke the low again. It was enemy shenanigans, man. I'm telling you. Everything's screwing around. slow London, and then everything starts to go, and it's all going way farther than it should be going. Which means the pullbacks are going to be brutal too. I'm not going to add any more here. I'm going to wait for the dollar. Make sure that stop's out of the way. There's no reason to take that stop. Sketchy here. Sketchy, honestly. Started from a good position, so I'm okay with it. But yeah, man, messy on the dollar. I was hoping that we were going to get a pullback. And it ain't happening. Not yet. Still might. Yeah, just blowout. Yeah. I'll wait on that. NASDAQ. Yeah, it's so tempting to take it there. Let me look at this on another chart. Could have just taken the profit, of course. So that level is invalidated. Gonna wait for the high. I'm gonna wait and see if this rejects here, and if not, I'll just wait for the projected high of the day and then try it again. Gonna be a stupid day here. Have to wait. Probably have to wait to the end of the day to end up in profit. Maybe not. Could have just taken it there. The dollar just wrecked. Stock market pumped again, and it's gonna wait for the high of the day. We'll go back to looking at charts here. That it wasn't a reversal on the open, even as high as it is. So we'll see what happens here. We'll wait on that. Keep flipping through. It's gonna be sketchy here. Obviously got plenty of room. I'm not gonna take any like $1,000 drawdown on this, obviously. I was just hoping we could go the other way. Still good. Still good. Not even. Man, some of those good positions there may get stopped out at break even, like dollar CAD. That is crazy how low that is. Stupid pullback. Right back in the range. So no more trades on the indices until it gets to the high of the day. See, like that's probably going to bounce. Kiwi, Swiss. Voice is wrecked. Riggedy. Normally I would be taking a short on the NASDAQ right there. Seriously considering it because of where it is. So tempting, man. Just take the stop if it doesn't go. Yeah, I mean, what the worst that could happen? Worst that could happen is they get stopped out very tight. There's a possibility that this is the high of the day right here. This is one of those levels where it's very possible that it's the high of the day. And I'm willing to check it out. Did I ever take a euro dollar again? I don't remember if euro dollar was close enough. Too close on pound dollar. Don't need to take another one. Pound Kiwi ended up nice. That's way up. Do here. I'm gonna hedge my pound Kiwi into place. Here. I'm gonna hedge this into place. Got two positions on it. Got two 01 buys. So I'm just gonna hedge that into place. So I won't lose that equity because I got to get the rest out. So that's good. I could close it. I'm just gonna hold the equity open. I guess out NASDAQ. All right, whatever. Next on that. So I'm going to hold that positive equity open and hedge it into place. Next. Still not, still not dead yet. Yeah, so euro dollar is still fine. Yeah, that did get tagged in. Good game. Above the high. Still fine with the dollar. Just went one more time. Again, we'll look at this stuff later. I bet you it looks different later. EuroCAD got tagged in. What a bounce on CAD yen. What else? CAD Swiss. Didn't hit. It almost hit the pending order and didn't hit it. That's funny. It's close. To the pip and bounced. Just missed it. Aussie Swiss. That's a good order right there. That's a good long. Good bounce there. Perfect. Perfect. So what's the biggest problem? Aussie CAD, it's the biggest profit. Biggest problem is the NASDAQ and pound dollar. NASDAQ, pound dollar, euro dollar. Not surprising. Aussie CAD, let's take a look at that. That need to be hedged. No. Leave it. It's above the center. I'm going to leave it. Not going to add to it, but I'm going to leave it there. See if it runs up. Man, it's poor dollar. I just got a lot of dollar exposure on is what it is. Betting on the dollar to go up, and it's not doing it. Back a little bit more. Yeah, it's going to be sketchy today. I have to wait for it to come back. That's what it's going to be today, is waiting for everything to come back. Dollar. Smooth day here. Last couple days been a fight. I had so many smooth days in a row. The second I come back on YouTube, fight through it all day. It's funny. Obviously not blowing anything up, but would like to get on to target and hit the next one. Probably could have closed it earlier with a profit. It was up $30-$40 at one point. Should have just closed it. What I would have normally done, I was trying to hit the 2/10 instead of 1/10, and had it and could have closed it and didn't, which is funny. That's still good. Yeah, so you're going to be waiting here. It's going to get sketchy because we got a big pump in equities and it's pushing the dollar down. So I have a heavy dollar exposure. Not heavy, but it's almost all dollar. Almost everything I have on is against the dollar. So I'm going to wait for the NASDAQ and the S&P to get to its high of the day and then reposition on that. And when that happens, everything should come back. So it's going to be a mess here for a few minutes, for sure. Going to get dirty for a minute. As part of the game. EuroCAD needs to come back once that comes down. I got so many things that are still good though. Dollar, pound dollar. I'm not adding any more dollar here. It's already such a good position. Just need time. Need time for that to come back. And that will be good. All bad. It's just a daggum dollar. This hour is the hour where we tend to get the most volume too. Can it trail stops? Oh yeah. Yeah, I can do a lot more than that. Can trail stops a couple different ways. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, every strategy has a trail stop. Yeah. Um, you know what's actually crazy about that and testing is sometimes trailing your stop and moving your stops to break even isn't the most profitable way to do it. It's so weird. You think it's the opposite. It can protect, but it also stops out a lot of trades that would have otherwise continued on and gone, and it takes you out and then goes. Sometimes turning that off is the best thing. And I know it sounds weird, but just in reality, in practice, in the real world, sometimes trailing your stop is not the best idea. Depends on the strategy really in the entry. But there's so many times where it'll come back and take you out and then run big and you just got taken out. You know, you got, 6 pips when it went 150 pips, because it went and started trailing and then it pulled back a little bit, takes you out. And you can configure how far, what distance you want it to start trailing and then what distance you want it to trail by. There's 2 factors there for the trailing stop. You can say I want to wait until price moves 10 pips and then I want to trail that by 5 pips or however many pips. There's 2 factors. Where's your activation? When do you want to trigger the trailing stop? How far away does it need to move to trigger it? And then how much do you want to trail by? That's how it works. But yeah, sometimes there are some strategies with trailing stops that are definitely useful. Sometimes, depending on what it is, it's best to just let it go. It's either going to hit target or get stopped out because there's so many times that it'll come back and hit it and then continue. And you can test it, the exact same strategy in the tester with the trailing stop and then without it. And when you turn it off, a lot of times it's more profitable. It's crazy. You would think it's the opposite, but the problem is because it comes back and knocks you out, that's the biggest issue. It'll come back and knock you out and then hit your trailing stop and then go 100 pips. Yeah, it depends, on what the strategy is and, how much you're trying to move for what distance. Come on, dollar, man. This dollar is just completely crazy. Dollar had a weird week last week too. Another weird day. Old. Yeah. Out of the way. I'm gonna run this thing into the ground today. That's what I'm gonna do. Run it into profit. The crazy thing is I might have to raise my profit target with this amount of exposure. If it actually goes, be a much bigger profit than that. Yes, NASDAQ is the issue. A bot trade on the NASDAQ. I should have just left the filter on. That's what I was saying. Should have left that filter on. Very tempting. I think it's going to be a short later. It's going to be a short. The NASDAQ and the S&P. Bitcoin, same thing. I think all risk is going to be a short here. It's just not yet. I'm going to watch the confluence when the S&P and NASDAQ and the Dow all get to level at the same time and then hit it. Slow day today. Gonna end up in the green though. Starting from a really good spot, so it's fine. It just didn't go. Tried some stuff in London that didn't go is what it is. That's all it is. That's exactly what it is. There's so many things that just still hasn't really moved. Haven't really moved. Still inside the opening range on a lot of the stuff. The dollar stuff is trying to slowly move, but other than that pump there on equities, like not really a whole lot is happening. Like zoom out, there's not like some big move happening here. Like it's a bunch of chop, just not going the right direction is what it is. Too much exposure on the dollar, but that could also end up being a good thing later. Could have taken profit too. You know, it's a tough decision to make. Is when do you take the profit or not? Trying to wait and let it give me more. I want more. I'm willing to sit through a little bit of shenanigans in order to get more. I trust the process. The hard thing to do is to learn to trust the process. This is going to be good. Let's give it a second. Wait. We're at the mercy right now of the equities market getting done with whatever it's trying to do. Fortunately, got to wait on that. And everything will probably go back the other way. Wait for that to get to the high, and when it pulls back, but notice the dollar is not going much lower. It's just not going up yet. So when equities get to the high and that pulls back, there'll be a dynamic shift, and try it again. Honestly, you don't need to add any more positions. Everything is still fine where it is. Just hasn't moved yet, which is good. It's a good thing that it's not running hard against it, everything. All fine. Aussie CAD. Man, that looks good. That kind of price action is just looks like that's going to be the low for a while. The low today is going to be the low for a while. Statistically lower than the low of the day. What should be projected to be your low of the day, statistically, we're already lower than that. So we know we're starting in a good place on the dollar. Hasn't happened yet. Anyway, enough about this. I'm tired of flipping through, looking at the same thing, just looking to see if anything's changed. S&P is approaching. Bitcoin's not going anywhere. Dow didn't really move. It's tech. It's NASDAQ and the S&P. Give it a minute. Wait a second and watch. And we'll just continue the day on. Really, it's what it is. Not buying the stock market up here is what it is. I'm not buying something that's already high. I'll wait for it to pull back. Just a different school of thought. Yeah, I mean, already at a good spot. We're starting from a good place. Like euro dollar, we're in short up here, way up at the top. And what we haven't seen yet is the right side of the chart. And it's probably, right side of the chart is probably going to look like this. And we're worried about this little tiny move up here on one candle when this is coming. Wait and see what happens. Let's watch. I think the stock market's going to go a little bit higher though. It's going to get a little bit sketchy until it catches the high of the day. Give it a minute. Hold on, give me just a few minutes and we'll continue on. Continue the day. Give me just a few. So I'm gonna throw some food in real quick. Wow, dollar is still dying. Holy cow. Man, dollar is in trouble. Funny. Can't catch a break today. Should just, man, I don't even want to say it. Should just be sitting out in London. Just wait. It sucks. It's terrible. Not do anything in London. Would have been fine. Wait. It's just unfortunate that got to think that way. It shouldn't be that way. Holy cow, what a low. Just a huge low. Like, man. It's good. It's good though. It's good. I love this kind of stuff because it's opportunity. Again, we don't know what the right side of this chart's going to look like. Just because it looks like this right now doesn't mean that's what it's going to look like later. Just broke the low again. Another broken low. It's crazy. You know, this is not going anywhere. Aussie dollar hasn't even moved. It's just still the same place it was at 3 o'clock in the morning. Hasn't moved. It's the same price it was at 3 o'clock in the morning. Euro dollar, this. Man, that's a good position. It's a good short entry. I'm fine with it. I'm holding that right where it is. Definitely not going to give that position up. Man, looks great. Oh, there goes NASDAQ. Correct. Yep. Not surprising. Oh. Bot did something. Oh, bot short scalp NASDAQ. I didn't hear it. It must have taken a position. Okay. Sure. Take my dollar. Yeah. $1.42. Come on, baby. Still okay. Got you for a minute, but pretty good feeling we're going to end up in profit here. Gold looks good, better. That's a, man, that looks like a good short from the top of a range like that. It's a big range right on the high of it, on a higher high in structure. This is a crazy short right here. Already in it. Already in it. Waiting. It's negative $2. Oil. Back. Dollar CAD looks good still. I'm waiting here. Boy, this dollar. It's crazy. This price action on the dollar. It just looks great. Honestly, it looks great. It's scary right now because of what it's doing, but it looks really, really good for taking a position on something like euro dollar short. Euro dollar short, I'm telling you, is, I'm about to put my money where my mouth is and take another one right now because of it. Zero problems with that. Start trying to trade the bot with the controller, which we'll be able to do soon. That's coming. Okay, dollar CAD, already in it. It took my lower position out. And Dollar, hold on. Gosh. Because of where it is. I'll risk even more. I'll risk take it. Or not a 2-lot trade. Heart dropped for a second. I was like, oh man, no, I don't want to be 2 lots short. Not for that. I mean, honestly, it would be the time to do it if you're going to do it, but no. Good game. Just risk $10 per trade instead of $5. That's what it was. Let me set this back. 5. Hilarious. Scared me for a second. Yeah. Willing to take another one. Totally fine with that because of where it is. Next. Waiting. Waiting for my food to get done. So many pending orders. I don't know if it hit. I really want that to be the low on the dollar, or close, at least close. The kind of price action that stalls and then you get one of those. It's going to rip everybody's face off. I see it all the time. Cool with it. Let's go. Big, huge 4-hour supply. Broke the high. It's the highest high in a while. Far back do you have to go? Highest high since June, yeah, on Eurodollar. Means we've got the lowest low since June on the dollar index. We've got a 6-month low, basically. 7-month low, more than that, on the dollar. It's not a short. See what that looks like tomorrow. It might be tomorrow. Hopefully some of this, maybe get some profit today though too. Euro-dollar is going to be just an epic position. Really good swing position too. If you're looking to hold this for a few days, that's probably a good spot to take one. Euro yen's getting there too. Close. Right there. Come on, Nas. What this is going to do? Are we going to die here or what? It poked through this. So generally that means it's going to go for more. I hope not. Crazy spot. A lot of good positions happening, and a lot of it's coming off of last week. Looks like by the time this is over, bad as you think. S&P. Thing. Crazy high. It's all short. All of it. Bill was a short, missed it. My pending order didn't get hit. That sucks. Look at silver and wait, what is it? Yeah, silver and gold, huge rejections. Then it got taken out of break even. Oh, it sucks. Those are some good positions there too. crap, that spike took me out and then ran all the way back down. Sucks. Still. Air fryer chicken. Hold on, give me a minute. Go grab my food real quick and then we'll just continue on. It's gonna be a day today. Let's give it a few minutes. Hold on, give me a sec. Still here, guys. Give me a second. I'm going to eat real quick, and I'm just going to be muted. I'm still here, though. We're going to keep flipping through and looking, waiting for the equities market to get to the high of the day. That's what we're waiting for at this point. When the equities market gets to the high of the day, the dollar will be at the low of the day. It's close. It's not really going any too much lower. I should have waited to position on the dollar until after the equities market opened. Honestly, I just hate to say it, but should have waited for New York instead of trading London. But we're still try during London. This is what it is. You still got to give it a shot, and just didn't get enough out of it. Waiting pretty close here. We'll watch and see what happens here as we start to run up into all this traffic up here. We're running into a lot of orders up here. At what would statistically be the high, we're going to be watching higher up into here somewhere. But we'll see. So when it gets there, we'll make another decision. Anyway, I'm eating something. I'm still here. We'll keep flipping through. Give me just a few minutes. back to it. Everybody left. All right. Whatever, Maine. Come on, dollar. Well, not over. Man, that euro pound was a good trade earlier. Shit. Oh, man. Stomach. Missed that earlier, that euro pound. Well, it looks like we got just a ridiculous print again today. Gold's coming back. Things coming back. Yeah, so let's get back to it. Take a look and see what happened. Where are we? What's happened? The dollar is just wrecked, but now it's lower than its projected low. So we didn't get a move up early on the dollar. There was no trending move today. It did go break the low. Figured that was coming. But now that we're at the low, it's the next place to make a decision. I've already made the decision, waiting for a retracement. Aussie dollar, again, there's no reason to buy it up here. Euro dollar is definitely no reason to buy it up here. This is crazy. The amount of distance that this has traveled in such a short period of time. Ridiculous to be long up here. It's done 2.5% in 3 days. Euro dollar has done 2.5% in less than 3 days. What in the heck is going on with that? You know, it's just a massive dollar overreach on the dollar. It's an overextension that's not sustainable. It's unlikely to stay there. We'll look at it later, unfortunately. Not going to be anything to do but look at it later. So euro yen, whatever. Euro CAD, nothing. There's so many things that just haven't moved very much. It was just the dollar. The stock market pushed at open, which is normal, and the dollar has come down quite a bit. Again, it was already down. A lot of stuff has just not moved very much. Or things that were already high have pushed just a little bit higher, and it's just not it wasn't a good entry long. Like a pound dollar, it just wasn't a good entry long. It was already up. Now, I haven't seen the right side of the chart yet either. Don't know how this is going to end up playing out. On CAD. Yeah, it's going to be waiting today, unfortunately. Today's going to end up being a break-even day, or toward the end of the day. Unfortunately, this stuff from London session screwed the day up. Tried to trade in London and nothing happened. Took a whole bunch of positions. It didn't go. Some things did. Not all of it. Some things actually went pretty well. It's just the dollar. The dollar never retraced. Now, that hasn't happened yet. And if the dollar does retrace, then all of it's going to be very different. It's just not yet. So that's fine. That's part of it. Waiting. Just at this point, we're waiting for the equities market to get to the high of the day. That's the only thing that matters right now. Everything else is done what it needs to do. We're waiting for equities to get to the high of the day. And take another look. Probably will happen in this hour. Just another big overextension. Gosh. Yeah, so, we're just blown out. We're blown out on this stuff right now. That's huge volatility, and we're just going to wait for the next level to make a decision. There's nothing to do but wait for the next decision point. Some things were great trades. I had some really good trades today. Aussie CAD was one of them. Huge. Man. Yeah, it's just not over. The trading day is just not over. Everybody quits trading, and then the market keeps moving, and it's just not over. But we're kind of waiting now for the end of the day push. Bitcoin's still short on Bitcoin. It's like pretty close to break even. It's like right back in here. Hasn't gone anywhere. Not, this hasn't blown way out of the range. There's no like wreckage happening here. It's just stuff's not moving, is what it is. It's just not turning around. So, what do we do about that? Yeah, my voice is wrecked. What do we do about stuff like the dollar here? Like, it's so crazy, man, because I had profit this morning. I could have just closed it. Jesus, man. I broke my rules today, and I should have closed my 0.1%. I had way more than that, and I was being greedy, trying to catch a bigger move because I had the exposure on. Had it. I mean, we were way in profit this morning for the amount of exposure. Had a huge profit for the amount of lot size that I had on, and should have closed it, and I didn't. So now I gotta wait. I gotta wait for it to come back. Should have closed it. Whereas, $40 something into the green with a couple micro lots. Hundreds of pips in the green earlier. Net pips. Should have just closed it. That's really the decision that I should have made, was to just close it. And I thought about it, and I moved my profit target, and I was like, wait, because I can get more out of it. And then the dollar didn't turn around. That's exactly what happened. So now I got to wait for everything to get to the next reversal point, and then wait for it to turn around, and then take the profit. Should have taken a profit when I was up. It is what it is. Nothing bad has happened, but could have just closed out and been done, honestly. This kind of thing, like, this has not really gone anywhere in hours. Like, it's only changed by 20 something pips, 25 pips. Pound dollar, like, this is just, nothing has happened. And eventually, that is probably what's coming. But the equities market's going to have to get to the high first. Stocks have to get to the high of the day. Now that it's chosen to move up, they're going to have to get to the high. And it's just going to be painfully boring waiting until that happens. Nothing's really going to change until we get there. Like NASDAQ, S&P, Dow, it's all close. Got to be close. Probably. Question is where. Go a little bit more, probably. Into that density, it's going to be, looks like the S&P is going to be the thing that we're going to be watching for the high. We'll wait for that to get up there, and when that gets there, different story. It'll be a nasty pullback at some point, because this is just so far overextended. It's fine. It's going to be good. It'll be great when that happens. We got to survive until then. Just not taking any more positions right this second on this. Not until it gets to where it needs to be. This may extend a little bit higher. Can see where the heat is. We're going to be up in here before we even start looking at it. Looks like it's going to extend beyond the NASDAQ. Looks like it's going to go past its projected high. S&P, same thing. Got money up here waiting. Yep, gonna wait for that to hit. It's gonna be boring, unfortunately. Good. Dollar, man. The dollar's not gonna stop until stocks stop, is what it is. What I'm hoping for is some kind of retrace. Oh my god.
NASDAQ. Entering position. Short.
Holy cow. And that's the other problem, is I shouldn't be running the bot and manual trades at the same time, trying this with this strategy. And that's part of it. My drawdown is going to be more than it would normally be because I'm also running the bot that needs room for drawdown. So that's not the best solution, to be honest. It's not. I should run it separately with this type of reversal strategy. I need to run two different strategies is what it is. Yeah, so the hope is that the dollar is eventually going to chill out and then do that. And when that happens, that move will happen. That will happen. And the question is, where is the low going to be? And I'm positioning on it, waiting. So it just maybe later. Where is it going to be? And I'm watching the equities market for the low of the day on the dollar, if that makes sense. I'm watching where the stock market is going to stop so I can figure out where the dollar is going to stop. And it's just going to be boring, which is fine. We'll hang it out. We'll hang out and wait. And then all of a sudden later on, it'll be like, oh, okay. $100 in profit. It's always that way. It's always how it is. I already know exactly what's going to happen. It's, if it wasn't going to come out of London, then we're going to have to wait for all this stuff to finish out, miss the trend, and I'm not buying this up here. So I'm going to wait for it to get to the reversal point, the next place that you would make that decision. And then we'll try it again. Basically, it'll be a long game today. A little bit more on the NASDAQ. The S&P is going to give it away when that gets to the high. It's got more to go. Even not going to buy into it, but it's got more to go. Can you buy into it and sell higher? Maybe. I'm not willing to take that risk is the thing. That's not something that I'm willing to do on something like that. Right now, all these things that are already this far up, it's ridiculous to try to buy into it. Just asking to get killed. I'd rather wait. Not going to sell into it yet. I'm going to wait until this gets up here. Fortunately, the bot is taking positions because I turned the range filter off, which I shouldn't have done. I was just so demo it and say, look, see, it can take trades. Should have just done the right thing and waited. Turn the filter back on. That's what I'm about to do right now, actually. It normally waits until the best time to take positions. I've just got it taking reversals every time it breaks a range high. I need a confluence for it to be the right thing. But it still works though. It'll still be fine. Range expansion. Let me turn this back on. Outside step filter needs to be 2.
15 minutes.
All right. So now it won't try to take reversals until it's at least in the top half, in the top 50% of what would statistically be your weekly candle range. So it calculates a range and then a weekly range, and then it would only take trades take a reversal short if it's in the top half, and it would only take a reversal buy if it's in the bottom half. Much better. It needs to be filtered out. I turned it off just so it would take the trade. I didn't think it was going to run that hard that fast, but of course it did, because the market's been like that lately. This just blew completely through these equal highs. Good game. Wasn't smart to go long, but good game. Just now it's an even better short, even better up here. The cool thing about taking low risk is you got all the room in the world to just wait, and then you can take a better position once it gets there. So the dollar, waiting on the dollar, again, this is going to be a thing. When the dollar finds the low, this is absolutely crazy. This is crazy how that move, and it continued down today. It's actually a little surprising. It just creates opportunity, but it's surprising that it went that hard. It just wasn't, it wasn't a something you want to jump on the train earlier. Like the dollar wasn't a short. It's only a long. Annoying. Dollars hasn't even moved 30 pips since yesterday. Waiting. Gonna get smoked eventually. Yeah, it's gonna be boring today, guys. We'll sit through it and we'll work on it. We'll do something. We'll find something to do. Just gotta wait for the equities market to get to the high, and when it does, then everything will start lining up again. Oh, crap. There's no trending move to take, so we'll wait for things to get to their highs and lows. Take some low risk reversals. It's the only thing to do right now. Yeah. Let's wait. Nothing to do. Sit here and talk and do what? Like, you know, what do you want to do? Nothing in a good spot yet. It will be. We got to pay attention, because when it happens, everything will happen quickly. We're close. We're getting close. We're reaching up to it on the S&P. And the NASDAQ and the Dow, we're reaching up to those levels. Just, it's got to go a little bit more. Unfortunately, it's not a short yet, but it's definitely not a long. Problem is, you buy this right now thinking it's going to go a little bit more, and it does that all of a sudden, and you wish you wouldn't have done that. It just happens out of nowhere. Just boom, done. Gone. And all you had to do was not buy the top. Yeah, so a little bit more. Oil barely missed my pending order. I had that happen a couple times again today. Just had some really good pending orders that just barely missed. Just missed. It just didn't hit it. $4, man. Roasted. This is going to be a really, really good trade right here. Euro dollar short. This is going to be a really good trade. Too obvious where it is. Just got to wait for it to roll over. Such a good place to start scaling into it. Still sitting like $80 drawdown. Yeah. Go. Entry on the NASDAQ because the bot took some. Part of the problem. If I hadn't turned the bot on, it'd be nowhere near this much drawdown. Should take $1 earlier. Yeah, so our stock market. Boring. Sorry, guys. Boring day today. It's also not over. Every time everybody thinks the day is over, it's when all the good stuff happens. Funny how that works. Gonna watch for a minute. Let's give it a second. We're in kind of a slow spot anyway. Things will pick up here in a little bit. And once something starts to move, we'll see what's up. Like, we need this to go a little bit more before something good happens. Honestly, we're gonna have to get a little bit higher. We're gonna have to get at least there. And then we can start talking about a retracement on the way. Give me just a few. Still here. I'm just gonna mute for a minute, and we'll watching, and we'll continue on.